Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is freedom to love, live, and be. We are Truth Uncompromised.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth Uncompromised.
You have entered into a dimension of truth. Time does not exist, and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
Still unamalgamated. Heartbeat, the sound of the bass drum. Come with your best shot, I'll take one. Rumble in the jungle, I'm a lion. Stand up for your Mazine shot. Hey, for these generations, we the people lost but not forgotten. Tribal rivalry is the problem. One love, the key for what we locked in. Don't call me a doctor, but I will be your medicine man. We're all from the melting pot, so everybody in the crowd is a Native American. Like me, what can't you see? The enemy is a L-I-E. One family tree we are. The truth is like smoking showing so far. The bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 yo, hey yo, hey yo. I rule my Dominion, I'm part Asian, Indian, Dominican, back to Hindu, Dravidian, so Mexicano loco, man. Egyptian fits my description. I'm training hard for the mission. I'm a country boy from the south, and Mama said knock you out. I'm in the ring like the bigger they come, the harder they fall. Bring on the giant, I'm ready to brawl. Won't give it up, flowing in my veins. Like a champion, I feel that I will never surrender. One with the solo warrior, I will remain a contender. One with the solo warrior, I will. If you're down for one love and one people, what do you say? Hey yo, hey yo, hey, 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 hey. One finger in the air, hey yo,
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda. And we back, y'all. I know it's been long. Whoo, child, I had a lot of stuff going on. We have a great show planned. We are on actually episode 26 of our series, Universal Language Codes and Symbols. So if this is your first time joining us, welcome. If not, the purpose of this series is a couple folds. Number one, to introduce folks that did not have a concept of what metaphysics is, as well as go into what true spirituality is. So meaning what is the difference between ego and your true self, and what the true definition of ego is. And then, like we all always do on our series, of course, we dive into other things. So we have a lot of stuff to get caught up on tonight. So before I get started, do want to give a shout out again to Brother Tavis for letting us use the song Soul of a Warrior. We absolutely love that song over here. And then shout out to the YouTube chat family for being in the house. Shout out to son Scotty. Think he's gonna be in tonight. I don't think that baby have to work tonight. So shout out to son Scotty. Shout out to sis Thelma, sis Angela. Shout out to Know Thyself. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Shout out to Akia. I apologize, baby, for fumbling the bag on that. Shout out to sis Sandra. Shout out to Copper Color. Good to see you, Copper Color. Shout out to brother Dez. Shout out to Arm Original, and I think I got everybody. Shout out to Mohawkin I Am, and I think I got everybody. Yep, I think I got Sis Thelma. Yep, I got everybody. All right, and then of course, shout out to the YouTube audience watching. Okay, hey, Des Wilson. Okay, so let me bring on Sis Sandra, child. You know we got a lot to catch up on. Oh, let me put on this
recording in progress.
So be patient with us, y'all. I'm going to try not to make the any section long, but y'all know how it go. I've been gone for a couple of weeks, so, you know, I may be MFing and SB and a little bit longer before we get to the actual main topic. So peace and love, sis. How are you?
Oh, peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda. I'm fine. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And yourself?
I'm good. It's good to hear your voice.
Thank you. Same here. It's been a while, huh?
Yeah. It's, my schedule is getting crazy. And that's probably going to happen a lot more often. I just got so much going on. Last week, I was literally 2 days at the State House. I just got a lot going on, y'all. But it's good to be back to hear everybody's voice. So, what's going on, sis?
Oh my gosh.
I know, girl. You know, I was like in the morning with my little iced coffee, just shaking my head on a glimpse of news I would catch from my office. Like,
yeah, please. Oh Lord.
It is so bad. The fuckery is at an all-time high.
It is so bad. Do you know that in Houston, north of Houston, they are putting a development there, huge development for the illegals to come and live there?
Who putting it there? Because you know the Texas governor don't be giving a damn, baby.
Well, you know, they had Paxton, which is their attorney general, in for impeachment. So they tried to impeach him, so he can't, his hands are tied up because he in court. So he was fighting all that kind of stuff. And so Abbott, the court's telling
that's
him,
his name. Mm-hmm.
Abbott has to move the buoys out of the water.
I did see that because he was like, he straight wasn't going to do it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he I think he straddles the fence with his stuff, I think, from what I can hear. But so nobody has really been at the helm since Paxton, which is the attorney general of that place, to bring these charges against the government and whatever, because he had people trying to impeach him, and of course he had 16 counts that he was acquitted on because they
Mm-hmm.
had no evidence. They had no evidence about what he did because they call
Who
witnesses.
brought him up? On the federal side, they
No, it
brought up
was
on
on the
charges.
state side.
Oh
Some kind of
wow. Okay.
he had done some improprieties, helped somebody out,
Mm-hmm.
or I don't know, but it was he had a mistress, all kinds of
Who
junk.
gives a damn? Shit.
Yeah,
All of
I
them are
mean,
being impeached
listen,
if
listen,
that's the
listen,
point.
listen. Tell them to raise the hand of the ones
Right.
that don't have it,
Exactly.
because
They better tread lightly for their business get put out in the street. But anyway.
yeah. So he was in court,
Mm-hmm.
and some agents, I guess FBI agents, I'm not sure if they were FBI agents,
Mm-hmm.
had come to them and said he had done X, 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 and X, and come to find out they didn't have any evidence of what he had done. They just heard,
Oh wow.
and
Copper Color
yeah.
said it's like 46K that came in just this week.
Wow.
That's
Well,
interesting.
yeah, they really had him against the wall, but because he's contesting the elections and said that it was not done well in Texas, and so they don't want that to happen.
They stay with the
So
foolery.
I know it. Well, we're not all stupid.
Right.
We understand what has happened to the elections, whether they want us to say, "Oh, yeah, he won." I can't ever say that out of my mouth. So it's a lot of people that can't say that. 46,000 people that are coming there.
Yeah,
Well,
she
it's
said
about
in 1 week.
well, you know what? It's about 15 million people coming through the border. 15 million. They got
And
truck.
y'all heard that because remember New York got a bunch of them because when
110,000.
okay, I didn't know it was that much. I don't know if all of them came in through Texas, but remember, yeah, I was
The bus stop.
rolling.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
were bus
because
stop.
the Texas governor
Ah,
had shipped, not shipped, bus people out.
bust
He
them up
was
there.
just straight wrong for that. I was rolling. But now New
Well,
York is in a crisis where they can't feed these people. They got people sleeping in the police station. Now
in
the
the
New York,
schools,
now the New York mayor,
asking for money.
yeah, and was on TV with the violin, and
But
I
you know
was
what?
like, I don't want to hear that shit because
He
you
said he's a
accepted them.
sanctuary city. He said they
That's
were a
exactly what he
sanctuary
said.
city.
I see. I remember what you said. That's why when you was sitting up there crying and stuff, I felt no types of ways about it.
Well, he up there crying. It's gonna destroy New York. It's gonna destroy us. It's gonna destroy us.
Baby, you wasn't
And they
thinking about that when you made that decision. So go on with the bull crap. And New York already had a bunch of problems beforehand. I was shocked that New York and Chicago too, because Chicago took some of them, and the residents in Chicago, because they put them in the melanated neighborhood. So I know that's
yeah, they
been a
got
big
upset about that
mess,
too.
and
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But
yeah,
the problem is you gotta have common sense if you're gonna tell anybody to come. It's like having a party and telling the whole city to show up, and you didn't buy enough food for the whole city.
right,
So, you can't say, cry wolf after you didn't put a limit on how many you would take.
right. And it's a continuous cookout, so it ain't even like it's just one day cookout and you can have your old man, God damn it, go out and go buy some chicken. Shit. We out of food. Such and so then
I
invited 10
know.
people, etc., etc. So
And they getting free room and board. They getting little scooters to get around. Who's paying for all of that? The taxpayers are paying for it.
right.
This
As the US corporations credit rating then straight up dropped, they gonna fence
right.
and have to put the lights in somebody else's name. They threatening to shut down. I'm like,
well, they have a 33 trillion. I mean, I think on the low level, $33 trillion deficit. 33 trillion was 2
I think it's
trillion, 2 trillion.
higher than that.
They just got a 33 the other night. 33 trillion. So, I mean, they use, well, actually, if you want to know it, they're using this country as slave chattel. You work.
Yep, you're right, sis. 33 trillion.
You work, and they treat you like nobody. You're gonna get out your house, or you're gonna share your house. You're gonna walk toe the line. You're not gonna say nothing. You're gonna take care of all these people we're sending your way because you're our slave population now. So every time they take your money to take care of their little new brothers and sisters, you are the stepchild. The people are the stepchildren now. They're no longer, the Americans are no longer the people that's in charge. So in Houston, they're building this big home housing. I got almost last word, housing. And so what's happening is that Biden has said, let them confine them to Texas. Well, Texas is my home.
So I'm telling you, Texas is not finna stand for that. They don't give a damn what Biden say. They're not gonna stand for that.
But they're building it now. They're cutting into the ground.
Texas don't give a goddamn. I'm just telling you, the people of Texas, no fucks are given on them. I'm telling you, on them people's part, they don't give a damn. They not gonna stand for that. They're not gonna stand for it.
No, they're not. And the thing is, they have so many people coming. They have train loads, bus loads, boat loads, walking, all kinds of people coming. And they're trying to take care of them financially. Each family is getting $2,200. So sometimes the man carries the child over, that's $2,200. Then later the wife comes up with another child, that's another $2,200 for one household. So they're getting driver's license, they're getting everything.
See, here's the thing, and then I'm gonna go into what's really going on. And those that rock with us, it's not gonna be new to you. First of all, do they think that people are that stupid? I mean, I know people are slow. Care. I know people are slow, but they ain't that damn slow. Because, see, folks remember how California got in the state that it's in.
Right.
See, ain't nobody forget, okay? This was part of the problem. Now, not all of the problem. Not all of the problem of why California is a mess. And I know that hurts some people's feelings, but it is what it is. That ain't no slight to the people that live in Cali or, the beautifulness of California. But it's a fucking mess, okay? And immigration was part of it. Now California cannot sustain any more immigration. Okay?
No, they can't.
So now,
people sleeping on the streets.
You think you're finna push it to Texas, and I'm just telling you, it's two different sets of mindset. Okay? And I'm telling you, just my little time when I worked in them like certain parts of Texas on my projects, baby, they ain't finna have it. I'm telling you now, they not finna have that. Okay? Ain't nobody forget. Nobody is stupid. Okay? So this has nothing to do with the actual people coming over here. They're just trying to find a better life for their family because their particular, quote, government failed them. That has nothing to do with the people. It has everything to do with the policies of, the corporation and them trying to be nickel ass slick and not think we don't know what's going on. Okay? Because at the end of the day, the people that's, coming in across the border or whatever, they're being used as pawns. They're going to be still in poverty at the end of the day. Okay? Now, one thing about Mexican people, y'all can say what the hell you want to say about them. They fucking stick together. They gonna stick together and help each other get up. And they gonna open them up a goddamn store in a heartbeat. And I don't give a damn what you say, baby. I'm gonna go up there and get me some fresh meat. Shit. You got me twisted. Okay? They little stores be hitting. Okay?
Yeah,
so this ain't about the people. Okay? This is about the policies, and it's about folks thinking they're nickel ass slick at this corporate level. All right? Now, sit the politics behind. Sit that to the side, because we know what we know. It's all a game. It's all an illusion anyway. I am telling y'all, this is the fucking reset. You gotta pay attention to what's going on. These immigrants are the reset fucking population. That's what's going on. It's no coincidence that California is in the state that it's in. I was just watching videos before I jumped on the air, and they were this one gentleman was just going down to different cities in Cali where like the downtown area is like a desert. San Fran, downtown fucked up, business is gone. San Jose, downtown fucked up, business is gone. Berkeley, downtown fucked up, business is gone. He had Oakland on the list, and I ain't even went through the rest of his fucking videos. California has been systematically stripped. Okay? Yeah. No different than what happened to Detroit. No different than what happened to Cleveland. I'm telling you all, this is a reset right under the people's nose. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
For using that word reset is very good. When I was in the hospital, I had a aide that was there. Her name was Carmen. Shout out to Carmen. And she got to talking. And she told me, her mother or grandmothers told her that when the Europeans, the white Europeans came into Texas, they took the land, the Alamo. They took it. They won Texas. Then the president, I don't know who was president at that time, probably Grant, I'm not sure. He sent a message to the Mexican president that you come and get your people out of here, or I'm going to send an army in there and kill them all. So she said what happened was the people in Texas, because that was Mexico. Texas was Mexico. They sent them to the central and southern parts of Mexico. They had to leave because the military, the American military armies were coming to kill them. And so now these people are saying, the ones that are coming back, they're saying they belong there. That's their home. Child. They are Jews, and they coming back.
And see,
and so
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. I didn't mean to cut you
off.
And
so Biden says in one speech a long time ago, they're going to return the land to the indigenous. Remember that?
Right.
Remember he said that?
Yeah, I don't be paying his senile ass no mind, but okay, that's what he said. Yeah, I don't give a fuck, but yeah, okay.
Yeah, but that's what he said, and that's what they're doing for Texas. They're giving the land they claim to the indigenous, not to us. They changed our names. They gave us our different identities.
Because we know the folks they're calling Mexicans today are not the indigenous.
No, they're not.
Okay, they are an admixture.
Right.
but they're not the indigenous. So even the sheer fact of the population that is in Mexico now, that's a reset. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all.
Yeah, it is. It is. And they gonna reset Texas, they think.
I'm telling y'all, I don't know. I don't know about that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know.
Them.
And but the point I'm trying to make, it's just not only about Texas. I'm telling y'all, they are resetting around not just in the exactly. It's a reset around the world. Okay.
Right.
Shout out to my other niece. She sent me something about China being in economic trouble. And I said, oh, yeah, they definitely are. They're essentially bankrupt. Okay. So you see where,
You mean all that trouble they put over us, the trade to give them the better half of everything? And they
baby, it's getting good because matter of fact, that's a good segue. Let me go on and bring up what's going on over there. I said, let me pull a couple of little articles, on China.
That was supposed to be their little powerhouse.
Yeah, and they were setting China up to be the next economic powerhouse. So I don't know what went wrong with their play, because again, China got their prominence. Okay, so first of all, you got to go back to the 70s when Nixon was in office. He was the one that they sent as the face of negotiating business terms with China in order to let the Western world start doing business with China. Okay, because China was known as it was the iron something. Y'all don't quote me on it. Shit, it was 70s.
I don't remember that.
Real young back then. But
Iron Fist or something.
I can't remember.
I don't remember either.
So the point,
I know Russia was the Iron Curtain.
Yeah, I forgot what China was. The point being, that's what Nixon was known for. Besides that, the Watergate scandal, it was that he was the U.S. president that helped open the doors to China doing business with the Western world. All right. Now, us over here, how we roll, we know it doesn't work quite that easily, because these empires, they plan out things at least 100 years in advance. So they've already determined the pieces on the chessboard, okay? But nonetheless, we'll go with the official story, all right? Because China's people back then under Mao and all of that, they were starving. They were very, very poor nation, this, that, and the third. And so when the U.S. started doing business with them, it started with the steel, okay? And then the U.S. slowly started getting in there. But in addition to, quote, quote, doing business with them, see, this is how you know that this shit is planned, okay? Because, see, I can do business with you, but I don't have to come and tell you how to do certain things, okay? So in addition to doing business with China, the U.S. was also training them. So don't get it twisted, okay? I know people like to pump up other nations around the world, oh, they're so smart, this, that, and the third, 4, 5, and 6. And I'm not trying to down nobody. Don't get me wrong. But y'all get that fucking knowledge from over here. Let's be clear where you get it from. Okay? All right? The U.S. taught China early on what they know, like the U.S. taught the Japanese manufacturing. Now, the good thing about both of those nations, they were smart enough to know, oh, wow, they're giving us these, foundational pieces. We're going to learn this shit and we're going to learn it well. Okay. So that's how China, got their foothold in steel, and then manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. Now, China had so much of the U.S. business. The year that I went to visit there, it was the year before the Olympics, that China hosted the Olympics, and I forget what year that was. We flew into Shanghai. When you're coming into Shanghai, you fucking see the factories in the countryside. You can't help but see them, and my mouth just dropped. And I'm like, there go all the U.S. jobs right there. There you go, bang, bang, bang. Just the factories are in the countryside. All right. So once you out and about and you're shopping in China, we were fortunate enough to have a connect over there. One of the co-workers that lived over there that took us to places to shop. All right. And they only had to take us to one place. And this place was like, damn, y'all, I can't even describe how big it was. They called it a flea market, but it was in a building. And it was like, that building was like 4 stories deep. It had to at least be 20,000 square feet. Okay. Any product that you can fucking possibly think you wanted, they were selling it in this particular flea market for pennies on the dollar. So, I'm nosy as fuck, y'all. I don't know how they doing this. And basically how they were doing it, since all of the U.S. companies started, sending their intellectual property over to China to manufacture shit, China was getting theirs on. So let's take Nike, for instance. Here go the Nike coming off the line. And here come the knockoff coming off the line. Okay? And I tell you several versions of the knockoff. The real cheap shit that you can get on the street for $5, and that shit only gonna last a week, to something you probably have to pay a little bit more money for. That's really, really close to the original. The point I'm making is the fake shit was coming off the same assembly line as the trademarked stuff. Okay? They were making money hand over fist. And the U.S. was just sitting up there, literally giving them their intellectual property. That's just on the retail side. That's not even including the computer chips. And when I tell you that the blueprint was handed to China, that's exactly what was going on. Okay. So that's how China got on top. Make no mistakes about it. And then in addition to that, they were allowed to play games with their currency on the value. So they would purposely keep their currency a little under par to make it more attractive to buy things from there. Okay, so in other words, when I say that, let's say that $1 is $1, all right? But their 1 yuan is only worth 90 cents. Okay, so you get more with your money with the yuan versus the dollar. Okay, so that's the particular games that China was playing with the currency, and then the euro and the pound always has been higher than the dollar. So that really pushed Europe out of any of the manufacturing sector. Okay, so that's how China got on top. All right, kind of the same scenario with Japan, but they was a lot more on the manufacturing card side. The U.S. car companies literally gave them the blueprint to the assembly lines, and Japan was just smarter with it. They went and they tweaked it. Okay, they made it better, they made it lean and all of that, and that's how they were able to one up the U.S. Car manufacturing, because the U.S. car manufacturing really hadn't changed their processes in 50, 60 years, all right? But nonetheless, the point being, I don't care what anybody say, the knowledge comes from the U.S., okay? All right, that's whether that be technology, I don't give a damn what it is, manufacturing, I don't give a damn what it is, agricultural, it comes from the U.S., okay? And these particular nations are allowed because, you know, that 1% I keep telling y'all about, they put on who they feel they want to put on, all right? So that's what that was. So I always thought that China, okay, they're going to be the next superpower, this 4, 5, and 6. So something changed in the 1%'s plan, because now China is officially, they're on the decline. They're in the same boat as the U.S. economically, and I think they're actually worse because they've been behind the scenes bailing out, particularly, I'll use the housing market, where they have entire cities that they're calling ghost cities, and the cities were, all of that real estate was built out of greed, all right? People buying and allowed to take out, you know, second, third mortgages to buy these condos that they were never going to live in, because China's banks, quote, quote, and Federal Reserve, because they do have a Federal Reserve, was giving out cheap money just like they did in the U.S., okay? So they have been having problems with their housing market for quite some time, and their CCP, that's like their quote, quote, government, kept secretly bailing these investors out, kept bailing them out until Big Daddy, the Federal Reserve, said, you ain't fencing to do that no more, okay? And that's when investors started not to get paid, and it was a big old mess. So that's one thing with China. So here's the other. Let me bring this up. I'm glad we got on this topic. That was quick. So I want y'all to understand resets and understand it when you see it. Okay, because it's the same thing. All right. So this is from CNN, and this is China's economy is in trouble. Here's what's gone wrong. All right. So let me try to play this. I know they're gonna have 1,000 commercials in here. Hopefully, I'll try to.
At Charmin,
see, here we go. See, this will be frustrating me. I ain't finna get, I ain't getting paid for that, so bear with me, y'all. Shit, I'm not giving them that. Hurry up, Charmin commercial. Shoot. So, sis, while this is playing, did you have anything else to say? Uh-oh. Let me unmute.
Well,
Oh, oops, I muted you. Sorry, sis, unmute yourself. Okay, go ahead.
I have to mute myself to hear your video.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, it's coming up now. All right, so here we go. Okay.
Exposed than most others. It's the same for the United States. When you just have a massive domestic economy, that tends to be relatively more important for you. But some of the main channels for China, one is around commodity exporters. So for countries like Australia, Brazil, Indonesia are sending things that end up in China's construction sector, such as iron ore or cement or electricity generated through coal. And as the property sector declines, those commodity exporters are finding things hard. And because Chinese households have such a low level of confidence, the outbound travel rebound has been very, very weak. That, of course, is affecting mostly countries nearby in Asia, places like Thailand and Vietnam that were really counting on a boom in Chinese tourism once the COVID restrictions ended. There is some silver linings for the rest of the world, though, in China's slowdown, as there's too much capacity in China's manufacturing sector relative to soft domestic demand. We are seeing deflation, particularly in producer prices, much more so than in consumer prices.
So in other words, he's saying that the demand for stuff to be made over in China has severely dropped. And I was really, 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 really shocked to hear that, because that's what really, really brought China out of severe poverty. The manufacturing is what brought a lot of people that were like in the countryside in China into the big cities, because they, either was working in the factories, a lot. So it brought a lot of their people out of poverty. So when I heard that they're not getting as many orders for exports, they're not, so meaning those big companies haven't put in big orders for them to make stuff. And in addition to their housing crisis, I'm like, oh yeah, that's a wrap for them.
Those falling factory gate prices mean lower export prices. That's actually a help if you're the rest of the world and you're in a country that's suffering from high inflation right now.
Over to China from here. The packaging of food, everything.
Right.
We don't have an industry here, an industrial industry here.
Right, but that's all slowed down. Yeah, it's now the catch is going to be, if the manufacturing isn't heating back up over here, what is going on? Are they messing with the supply chain? So that's what I'm trying to look for.
Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, you see what I mean? Because if China ain't making it, then baby, who making it?
Yeah, because they make the solar, and they're going to make the electric cars.
Right, and I don't think the electric cars and stuff, I don't think any of that's going to come out of China. I don't think, I think China, for whatever reason, a detour has happened, and China will no longer be the manufacturing hub. So now I don't know if that will be another particular nation that they have in mind to do that, or if they're talking about, bringing it back in the U.S. And I'm imagining if they were really talking about that in mass, the politicians would have been on that like yesterday.
White on rice.
Yeah,
well,
white on rice. So yeah, so something else is going on. I'm sorry, go ahead.
T. Christopher said Tokyo and Japan is the little front man. That's her comment.
Yeah, I mean Tokyo. It's expensive as fuck over there, though. Over in Japanese, and Japan rather, not Japanese. They got their own set of problems from a financial perspective. They've been cooking the books, so they are not in as great shape as folks think they are in. Okay.
But listen to this. Maybe they are using these immigrants that's coming in because they do cheap labor. For cheap labor, if it's coming back here.
Yeah, but even with that though, the U.S. I mean, we know how the politicians work. They would be, all saying we having, we're bringing manufacturing back. Because take, for instance, here in Ohio,
taxes.
Cleveland was desecrated because of manufacturing. And you hear the Ohio governor every now and then talk about a factory opening and this, that, and the third. But the amount that it would take, if they were bringing that stuff back, en masse from China over here, we would have known about it, because that would be bragging rights. As a matter of fact, that would be the perfect bragging right for
this
Biden. Yeah,
back.
it would be perfect bragging right from Biden. And then, of course, Trump card is going to say, go on and sit down somewhere, because I was the one that said you were supposed to do that in the first place. XYZ, because I said make America great again. So something else is going on. I don't know what the play is. Something else is going on. So let me finish this up and then we'll come back.
So exporting a bit of deflation won't hurt for countries in Europe and North America.
All right, so that was it.
And
all right,
we're done.
All right. They know they good with these commercials.
What about these?
So, shut up.
Looks right.
Okay, so let me get off of that. And okay, they trying to get their money. I ain't mad at them. Okay, so that's what's going on with China. And I think Sis Nonya, peace and love, Sis Nonya. Who said, that was Copper Colored, said that they don't have enough population anymore. Maybe not. I mean, 1 billion people, that's a lot of folks. What's happening is they're exporting their people out. Okay. So they're exporting them out to Africa, all over the world. Okay. So just in my opinion, that's still it's reset-ish to me. I'm sorry. That's the definition of reset. When you shift the population to different areas, and then, 2 generations in, all of a sudden that population is indigenous. So to me, that's reset. Just like, the children that were, showing up on the U.S. soil without parents. I said, so y'all telling me y'all got orphan buses now. You did it with the trains back up in the day. Now you're doing orphan buses. In my opinion, this is a worldwide reset that's going on. So, all right, sis. Okay, you could come off mute. I don't know if I have to unmute you. All right, so that's what's going on with China, y'all. I still don't know what the ultimate play is yet, but something is going on with them. Why all of a sudden they're not going to be the global superpower, because they definitely set them up. They've been setting them up since the 70s to do it, and now that's not going to happen. So I'm like, something else is going on. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
I have several topics. I don't know which one is worse or which one is better, because this country is under a lot of pressure right now to turn this way, turn that way, turn that way, or turn that way, or you're going into bankruptcy. So we could talk about the current hoochie coochies that's coming up.
I don't want to talk about that, because it is what it is, and I don't feel like talking around that on these people's establishment. So I need to go on and follow their rules. I don't want to talk about that. It is what it is. We already know what that play is. So I hear you, sis, but it's just not even worth it. That's these people's establishment, and I don't feel like it. So what's your next topic?
Well, I was just going to tell you that the nicotine patch will help people. That's what the doctor was saying, if that should happen to them. So anyway, the next one was the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know they're the hub of child trafficking? I said, what? So old Biden then told the UN people, world UN, that the United States is going to set for $25 billion more to rebuild Ukraine. And so Clinton Foundation has stepped in to help rebuild Ukraine. And so the money's coming.
You don't say. I mean, where did I hear that before? Haiti, maybe, but okay, continue, sis.
So, they're gonna get the money from the U.S. government and take it over to and give it to the Clintons, and the Clintons are gonna go over there and furbish Ukraine. But the
So
thing
basically,
is,
money laundering. I mean, I
exactly.
ain't want to gossip, and you ain't heard that from me, and I don't know that for sure. But it seemed like y'all money laundering to moi. But keep
Yeah, well,
going,
see,
sis.
didn't they the Clinton Foundation get what, $10 billion
I don't know
for
the amount, but we do know that Haiti didn't get.
they still in rubles.
Yeah, it's sad. It's very
Yeah,
very sad.
and that president got assassinated because he said 800,000 of his children were disappearing. So here we get to Ukraine. You understand? So since Ukraine,
And
this
and
is
and
how they.
again, we don't know this for sure. I got to put that disclaimer in there because it could be twofold. I know a lot of people say that it could be with the children, the trafficking word, but also what
Body parts.
I think about. I think about orphan children. I'm sorry. That's
And
what
that's
I
exactly what I was
that's what
going
I
to get
think
to.
about.
That's exactly what I was going to
Because
get
you
to.
can take a child and give them any story. Your mother and father either didn't want you or they perished, whatever the doggone case may be, and then they get adopted and get sent to another country, get adopted, and then they're raised, and then a couple generations forward, and plus they get educated and told, given their story and their history of whom they are. Okay,
Let me tell you.
that's the definition of orphan children.
Yeah, let me tell you their definition. Their definition is surrogates. They use surrogate women for a year, and they have these babies for other country people that want babies, and then they say, "Oh, it didn't work," but meanwhile, the people didn't pay the money for the child. All that time, the ladies carrying the children, and a lot of women volunteer to carry the babies. They get
Mm-hmm.
them from disaster relief. That brings me down to
Mm.
Katrina,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and Maui.
Yeah.
So they take those children because, quote unquote, they don't have any parents.
Right. Right. And again, they could be taking them and sending them to total different nations, and
For
that
total different
particular
reasons.
that particular child would be raised in that nation and would be given a history, because I know when people
Yeah,
in the
you're right.
particular alternative quote quote conspiracy theorist community, when they think of orphan children, they think of just Caucasian children. And when I started looking stuff up, I said, "Oh shit, this was worldwide, and they had melanated children on there."
Exactly.
Okay,
It is worldwide. It is
it's a
worldwide.
worldwide system. It's a reset.
They
Okay,
make billions of dollars on that. Billions and billions of
and you
dollars.
even take the money out of it for now, because ultimately the 1% do not use money like the typical average person would use money. They don't even use money like let's say the people that we think are the 1%, like the politicians and all of that. They're not the 1%. Okay, so take the money out of it for now. It's not about that. It's about their empire plan.
Building. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's what resets are about. Okay, now if you go beyond the empire power planning and you get to the esoteric side, it is a way to shake up the collective consciousness. Okay? It's a way to shake up the collective consciousness, to keep the vibratory frequency at a lower level, so the collective conscious can never rise to the point where they say, you know what, this is all bullshit and it's all a game. I don't have to play this game. I don't have to participate in this game. Okay, that's what ultimately it is. Okay,
it's a control thing. It's a control thing. They want to control you. They're trying to say, like, go back to serfdomism. There's a few that's sitting at the top of the whole population chain and manipulates the people below them. You know, like the serfs back in the old day, where the lord of the manor came and you know, yes my lord, and stuff like that. See, because not only do they do the children, they do the grains, right? Ukraine is the grain producer. So since they're going to be they are the grain producers, they're making it where you can't eat meat. They're saying meat, raising cows, and they're killing them off. Raising cows, you know, commits to global warming. So their leader, their illustrious actor leader, was talking about global warming was some of the things they got to worry about. And so they're trying to make everybody eat veggie burgers, which is soy, which is grains, you know, for producing whoever does soy. And then Ukraine does grains. So that means that the whole world populace, Russia has grains as well, but the whole population will have to look to the grain belt of the world, which would be Ukraine, and whoever's leading that as the lord of that manor, to make the populace eat grains instead of meat. So there's nothing wrong with the meat, except for they want to control the narrative and control the populace with them having to
agree. But here's the thing, and this is why, you know, we've been stressing consciousness. We've been stressing creating the world you want to live in. We've been stressing consent. Because as long as you feel you have a dependency from someone else to feed you, they will always be able to control you.
Yeah, they do.
Bottom line.
They do. That's
okay?
Right, because you are
ain't nobody telling you that you got to go to Kroger, Ralph, them, Publix, them to do X, Y, Z, 4, 5, and 6. Those are choices, okay? And this is what I talk about when I talk about reset populations, okay? Because now we have generations that they don't even know what it's like, where their food truly comes from, or where their relatives that grew food. They don't even know it. Shit, I think Gen X, we probably the last generation where, you know, we had Big Mama and Papa and them that didn't fucking play that. They grew everything, and if they didn't, you know, raise they cows and they pigs, they chickens, this, that, and the third, well, you know, they was gonna they was gonna have them chickens and pigs. Okay? Now they may not have to mess with them cows because that took up too much land, this, that, and the third, but goddamn it, they knew such and such so a couple of acres over that they didn't win and purchase the cow from. These are choices that the collective is making. So when I sit here and scream in this scarf, and I talk about there are no victims, I fucking mean that. They're not threatening you to do these things. You've gotten comfortable. You've gotten comfortable. And anytime you depend on someone to feed your family, it is what the fuck it is. So this victim mentality is getting you nowhere. As long as you accept an oppressive system, instead of moving accordingly and doing what you need to do for self and family, that's the way that's the way it is.
Yeah, that's true. Plus, you need to learn how to cook that stuff here, girl.
Well, yeah, that's a separate story.
No, because they send it out to process in China, right? So you're gonna have to find a way to process it yourself, so you can ingest it without it having to be in a nice package. So you need to
again. I'm just telling you what I know. I'm a Gen Xer. I was fortunate enough to grow up, be on the skirt of Big Mama and them. I fucking know how a farm operates.
Yeah.
They didn't have to depend on process this, process that. I saw them slaughter the chicken. I refuse to ring the chickens now.
I hate to do that.
Okay, go sit your butt down. Go pick them greens and them green beans. Okay, goddamn it, give me the barrel. I'll pick that shit, but I don't want to wring this chicken's neck.
Oh, but then you got
slaughter the hogs. Okay?
Ugh.
And go up the street and slaughter the cow, and you can eat for the fucking whole year. So I don't want to hear about the chemical this, the chemical that. We're talking 1-2 generations fucking removed, and you got a population that act like if the goddamn grocery store shut down, they can't make it.
I know they can't. They can't.
Yes, they can. Yes, they can if you educate yourself and do what the fuck you need to do.
Yep.
Some people don't use local farmer markets. Most people don't even know where their food comes from. They don't understand the food supply. So you can't sit here and say, well, they doing this to me. They doing that to me. Well, motherfucker, what are you doing? So it is what it is. What I am telling you is this is how reset works. They get the babies and they train them and condition them. This is what you need to do. You need to get shit from the grocery store. You need to do this. You need to do that. You need to do this. It's programming. And when you know better, you do better. And when you come into adulthood and you feel that pain on your ass from being in the rat race, something in your soul tells you this shit ain't right.
Yeah.
And it's up to you to make a change. But as long as you sit back and say, well, they doing this to me, they doing that to me, well, goddamn it, go on and let them do that. Because I'm going to tell you one thing, goddamn it, I'm going to eat. I don't give a fuck. Because I was taught different. Okay? And especially melanated Americans. Don't come to me with that bullshit now. And if you don't know, you better get to knowing. All right. So next topic, sis. I told y'all the Annie moment was going to be long.
Now they're going to try to regulate supplements, your vitamins and things.
Mm-hmm.
And because, they got to make money too. And they said, there's about 2,000 people that died from taking supplements. Well, then people are not reading because it has instructions on the bottle. So, and then, of course, people are using supplements and living longer, which is a problem for them, I'm sure. And they're also getting rid of diseases that they have been infested with by vaccines, so I heard. So they're trying to regulate your supplements so that you can't get them as readily as you want to anymore. Like you were children.
Again, I don't give a fuck about none of that. because I know how to get my yellow ass in that garden. I don't know. Everything may not be able to grow, but goddamn it, I know how. Matter of fact, I got to go pick elderberry off the back of my motherfucking elderberry bush.
Get you some flower seeds and
see. I don't fucking talk. Mm-hmm. I do as best as I can do. So I don't give a fuck about none of that shit they talking.
Get you some hibiscus and lower your blood pressure.
You can grow these things yourself. Now, of course, depending on what region you live in, some things you can grow, some things you can't grow. It's no victimhood. You ain't finna back me in no motherfucking corner, and no, that ain't finna happen. As long as there's soil, I'm finna be the fuck okay. Okay? These are the things that melanated people knew how to do. Okay? There are no victims. There are no excuses. When we talk about going back to the roots, I'm not talking about going back to oppression and all of that bullshit. You know better now. I'm talking about basic survival shit. That's what I'm talking about. Basic survival shit. We need to be honest with ourselves. We got people that may not even have, their house stocked enough for 1 month, let alone a couple of years. We have these babies coming up that don't understand. Well, goddamn it, baby, I don't give a fuck what go down. You need some beans and rice in your crib.
Oh, you can do
bottom line
off of that for a week. Yeah. Beans and rice.
We cannot keep sitting here saying the they, when we're not teaching basic fucking survival skills. You got grown men out here wanting to be prettier than the girls, don't know how to swing a fucking hammer, don't know how to do shit, but sit and think they prettier than me. Nigga, you useless to me. Yeah, get the fuck on. You're useless. These are our problems. We created these problems because we got away from basic fucking survival skills. We depend on somebody to give us a job. We depend on somebody to fucking educate our children. We depend on somebody to fucking eat. And anytime you do that, don't whine and complain. You get what you go get that motherfucking work. All right, so what's next?
I think I'm done.
All right, so changing topics. Okay, so shout out to Brother Sean. He sent something, and I'm like, child, stop playing with me. Let me play this. I had to chop up the video. I'm looking for the video, y'all. It's really, really interesting. This video came off of a YouTube channel called King Luxury. Okay, the video is much, much longer. I chopped it up to the part I want us to focus on, but I would encourage you to go watch the whole video. It's off of King Luxury. Damn it, what was the name of the video? Because I want y'all to go watch it. It was really, really, it was good, but I'm only going to focus on one part. It's kind of like the most powerful African Americans in the U.S., something like that. I'll get the name for you. So let me pull this video, because the first people up to bat, I said, child, stop. And the thing of it was, what was interesting once I was watching the video, where the hell is the video? There it is. I had forgot that I heard about this particular gentleman in the early 2000s. And back then, I didn't know the information I know now. And I was on and off watching this particular company. And I kind of looked into, who are their customers, da-da-da-da-da. Now it all makes sense. So hold on a second. Let me pull this video. Hold on. Let me pause. And get this for y'all, and then we can get it cracked.
To unveil the world.
Hold on.
The steward.
Shit. Let me pause. Okay. Let me do all of this. Okay. Hold on, fam. Let me get this stuff and work it and bring up this vid. Okay, so again, shout out to that YouTube channel, King Luxury. This is their stuff. So y'all get ready.
To unveil the world. The Stewart family. David L. Stewart is a billionaire who defies the norm and electrifies the business landscape with his heavy portfolio. Born on July 2nd, 1951, he isn't just a run-of-the-mill tycoon. He's a dynamic trailblazer reshaping modern commerce as we know it. As a pioneering figure among Black Americans, he has ascended to the highest echelons of success, establishing and spearheading worldwide technology, an expansive African-American-owned enterprise in the United States. In 2019, Forbes recognized him as one of the 13 elite global Black billionaires. Moreover, he secured the 239th spot on Forbes' prestigious list of the top 400 American billionaires that same year, and his net worth? Well, it is a staggering sum of $7.6 billion. But David's journey to wealth traces back to the vibrant urban canvas of Chicago, Illinois. And we go all the way to the household of Dorothy, an unwavering homemaker, and Harold Stewart, a skilled mechanic, where the young David was welcomed into a family of 10. Their quest for knowledge and a better life led them from Chicago to Clinton, Missouri, driven by his mother's unyielding dedication to education. It was she who orchestrated this move, even acquiring a modest farm, a symbol of their resolute battle against adversity. Growing up, Stewart confronted the harsh reality of segregation, facing biases even in theaters and schools. However, he was not one to back down. In 1967, he took on the challenge of integrating a public swimming pool. His determination continued to shine as he graduated from the segregated Clinton Senior High School in 1969, followed by obtaining a business management degree from Central Missouri State University in 1973. But Stewart's path was far from linear. He began as a substitute teacher, navigating through unpaid roles while dedicating himself to the Boy Scouts of America. His persistence eventually paid off, leading him to roles at Wagner Electric and the Missouri Pacific Railroad Company. However, it was at Federal Express where he truly made his mark, earning the title of Salesman of the Year and a place in the Hall of Fame. His corporate experience fueled his entrepreneurial spirit. He also acquired a consulting firm, transforming it into transportation business specialists. This venture not only delved into recovering overcharged funds from industry giants like Pfizer and Ford, but also opened doors in the railroad sector. Stewart's influence extended like wildfire into technology, supply chains, and investments. He was the visionary behind Telco Buy and the driving force behind Kingdom Capital, an entity focused on tech-driven health solutions in their early stages. But the pinnacle was yet to come. In 1990, Stewart joined forces to birth Worldwide Technology, WWT. The firm is anticipated to surpass $11 billion in revenue. WWT positioned itself as one of St. Louis's premier private companies. Yet the story is not just about numbers. Recognized by Fortune as a top workplace and lauded by Time for its influence. But hey, let's not just get caught up in the numbers game. Stewart's legacy stretches far beyond boardrooms. It's deeply personal. A devoted husband to Thelma for over 4 decades, their legacy extends to their children. His son, David Stewart Jr., is the visionary behind Lion Forge Animations, an amalgamation of tradition and modernity. Within the folds of his father's empire, Lion Forge Animations took shape. His daughter, Kimberly Stewart, has carved her path as a film-producing sensation at K-Period Media, boasting successes like Manchester by the Sea. But the Stewart family isn't just about personal success. They are dedicated to giving back. Their unity in philanthropy and community empowerment is exemplified by the Harold and Dorothy Stewart Center for Jazz, a hub of music, education, and communal upliftment. The Stewart Family Foundation, established by David and Thelma in 2013, stands committed dedicated to championing the arts, education, and initiatives aimed at enhancing the quality of life within the St. Louis area. The Stewards live a triumphant symphony woven with passion, resilience, and an unwavering commitment to enriching the world through both business and heartfelt endeavors.
All right, y'all. So, child, when John sent me that, and the first one up to bat. So, shout out to King Luxury for that information. And you can go to the channel and look at the rest of the video, because he did feature other folks as well. Now, I see where
Stewart.
Yeah. I said, okay, Stewart. All right, David, I see you. So, you mean, James Stewart, them, and Charles
Relatives.
Stewart, them, people.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I don't know that for sure.
Well,
You
they call
know.
it King Luxury, right?
Yeah, that's the
Doesn't give
YouTube.
away-
That's the name of the YouTube
I
channel
know,
that put that piece together,
Okay.
and they were the first ones out the gate, and I was like, hell no! And I remember his company, the Worldwide Technology, because it's a tech company, and that's uncommon for melanated people to have $1 billion tech company business, because it's a good old boys club, and particularly a Caucasian good old boys club. So I was following it like since the early 2000s, and I'm like, well, who are their customers? And I looked back then, and it was like government. I'm like, ooh, man, they got them government contracts. They doing good, dag. You know, this 4, 5, and 6. So I had forgot about it. Okay. Then we learned it who the stewards really are. So, you know, just to refresh people's memory, in case you think that a sister just sitting up here with her scarf
In a bunch.
making this stuff up. I mean, ain't that King Charles II, House of Stewart?
James Stewart.
Okay.
James Stewart, too.
So I'll take this off and pull King James Stewart little picture, and you know, in case folks want to say that I'm sitting up here with a scarf, you know, making some shit up, because you know people good for that. Okay, so this another picture of Charles. I'm gonna move on and bring that up too, you know, because I don't want to allow people.
He has a square face like the dude.
Who?
King
David.
James has a.
Oh yeah.
Stewart has a.
Yeah. So I don't want to lie upon somebody. Okay. So look, let me go on and get James. I know I got King James on here, so give a sister a minute. I had to reboot my computer because I had all this stuff up and waiting for y'all. So the point being, now I don't know if that's for sure, y'all. I don't know if that's for sure.
It could be the pesos money.
Census, but the pesos money are those particular empires' money. Okay. So, you know, I don't want to lie upon nobody. So let me go on and show the receipts, because here go King James. Okay. So let me go on and bring him up. Okay. All right. King James Stewart. All right. So now I don't know for sure if Mr. David Stewart is really a descendant and in the bloodline of the Stewards. But baby, it's suspect to me. Okay?
It is to me.
And I ain't mad at you. You know, it is what it is. But my mouth just dropped. I said, oh man, is that just like in plain sight? They're behind the scenes with these big
companies.
Yeah, big company, billion companies. And remember, what we have to realize, that's just one facet. That's not all of what that particular bloodline particularly owns or whatever, because it's an empire. So that's just what so happened David Stewart, if he is a descendant of the Stewarts, in my humble opinion, okay, which it don't mean nothing. It don't mean nothing, but to me, that's that same bloodline. Okay. So, shout out to Brother Sean for bringing that to the fam's attention, because my mouth dropped. You could see the full video on King Luxury's channel, because he definitely went into more detail. Yeah, that's what I said, Copper Color. It has to be for him to be owning all of those companies. And then when I saw, because I didn't know that he had a little dip into the railroads. I said, oh, yeah, that kind of seals it for me. Because you got to show enough have some connects, baby, to be even remotely touching that railroad side. Okay, so again, this is just my opinion. I don't know that for sure, but it's pretty suspect to me. I think that he is a part of the Stewart bloodline, the descendants of James and Charles. So let me bring on Nephew Nuwa.
You got my vote.
Hey, peace and love, nephew. How are you?
I'm doing real good, aunties. How's everyone doing?
Doing good. Doing good. Good to hear your voice.
Good to hear your voice as well. I'm glad you're back online. Appreciate that.
Yeah. What's going on?
On my side of things, not much at all. I'm just learning that it's important that we take responsibility for our actions, or as I would say, we agreed to come here and do what we're doing, and we are being tested to see if we're about that work. Because I've realized I'm not supposed to take the easy route on nothing. Everything I'm supposed to do is supposed to be hard, because I'm supposed to touch somebody. I'm supposed to provoke a mind by going through it. And it seems like I'm the strongest, as you say, with the black sheep are the strongest in the family. There's a reason for that. We see things differently, and we're supposed to remove that generational curse that we have within our family. We took on that role, took on that responsibility, and it's not easy. Not to say it was meant to be easy, but we weren't, the image they're giving in life is not what we were supposed to be doing. Let's say the young generation, as you were talking about earlier, they don't know how to survive on the basics. You're talking about them not knowing how to cook. For them, it's they pick up their phone and they get Uber. So like we have to get to the point where we need to do what we're supposed to do so that we can set that standard. You said that you had to cut the chicken's head off. I didn't want to do it myself, but at least I know how to do it. So now I have to ask myself, do I really want to eat that meat? Because it's not because I want to be a vegetarian. Do I want to put another being through that and go through that myself? Is the question I'm really asking. Not really, do I want to be a vegetarian? Because that's what as Auntie was saying, is not by choice. It's the fact that they're pushing everyone to a certain direction. That's the problem. It's not that you don't like it, so don't eat it. It's no, like, here, we're going to now change your burger completely without you knowing. So it's not the meat burger that you're used to eating. That's where I feel the problems really are. So as you would say, we do what you can, because they have the house has the system. The house has control of what we're perceiving. So we really have to be the ones to look past the veil. And even though we're being affected by it, we can't be overcome mentally. It's a game. It's not real. It's a test. All right, I'm going through this because I'm going to be greater than that afterwards. You're only like, you take weight and you're lifting weights. Yeah, it's heavy now, but later on, you're going to love the result when your body is cut and you can lift twice as much later on. So know that. So give thanks.
Indeed, nephew.
Yeah,
Great to hear your voice. Just
thumbs up.
Real quick, trying to see anything else. oh no, they didn't put too much on Stewart. I was trying to see any other nuggets because I pulled 2 articles. But the name of his company, the tech company, is Worldwide Technology. It's a privately held company based out of out of St. Louis. He has an annual revenue of $17 billion. It is exactly. It's the 27th largest private company in the U.S. and the biggest. Let me show y'all what I'm looking at. Okay, because y'all know exactly what I'm looking at. Okay, and the biggest Black-owned company in the U.S. and it employs over 9,000 people. And then this is the areas they work, all of those things. And he and the AI, like everybody else, networking, application development, So here's the backstory that they're giving. That Worldwide Technology was founded by David Stewart and Jim Kavanaugh. Okay, and then what I have learned a lot of when I peep game is that a lot of times when you see these joint ventures with founders, a lot of times it's either somebody is the gatekeeper, the front man, thank you, front man or gatekeeper of the organization, or it's a way to throw off who really has the power. Okay.
Like Domino's Pizza. It's like that Domino Pizza, I think. He's a melanated man, but he has somebody out front.
A white face of the company. Okay.
White face, yeah.
Yeah, and I've heard many people that do business, melanated people that do business, saying in order for them to even get in the room, they had to have a front person, particularly a white male, to go in and pitch stuff. Okay. Now, I don't know this for sure. I don't know Mr. Stewart's business. Okay. I see where y'all dropped the T and you added the D. But it's okay. We understand because we know there's variations of that name, Stewart. Okay. But nonetheless, I don't know that for sure. This just my spidey senses. And you know how my mind works. You are the power behind this. But anyhow, and Jim Kavanaugh in July 1990 as a reseller of technology equipment. In 1994, WWT entered into a partnership with Cisco Systems. See, I don't like to lie upon nobody. Do you know what type of pull you would have to sit down and get a meeting with Cisco? Let alone enter into a partnership.
Or even let alone be able to establish such wealth and still have quote unquote control of it.
Exactly. So, I'm not trying to accuse nobody of nothing. I don't know this for sure. I'm just using deductive reasoning, and I could be totally wrong. But so you went from being a reseller of equipment, and then 4 years later, you came up and you are in partnership with Cisco? Okay. WWT also established partnerships. Now, see, I don't like to lie upon people. I want y'all to see these heavy-hitting tech companies' names. Partnerships with Dell, Hewitt Packard Enterprise, Intel, Microsoft, NetApp's F5, Tanium, and VMware.
Man behind the curtain.
Now, I'm not trying to start nothing with anybody. Exactly, colored Libra. That's a huge company for someone that started out as a substitute teacher.
Yeah, that makes sense.
You big ballin', baby, to be able to get into partnerships with these particular companies. Okay?
Mm-hmm. Man behind the curtain. Yeah.
WWT opened its first warehouse in 1996. Wait a minute. Hold up. Wait a minute. Yes.
Daddy?
Huh?
Who's his mommy and daddy? We keep talking about him, but who's his mommy and daddy?
What they did in the video, they talked about his mom, but we would have to dig a little deeper to, go back to the lineage. And a lot of times what I found, the lineage be scrubbed on a lot of these folks also.
Yeah, it's just too much platform to be even like having these conversations or thought process. Like, you're supposed to be from the ghetto picking cotton. Like, what's going on?
Boy.
Well, and again, to come from
how to read, boy.
As sis Copper Color Libra said, to come from a substitute teacher, and I'm not saying that anybody doesn't have the aptitude to do these things, but we understand connections. And we understand that you have to have connections to get even in the room with the decision makers of the Cisco's, the Dells, the Hewlett Packards, the Intel, the Microsofts, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now,
he's like a Bill Gates.
Exactly. So, entered into the partnership in 1994, but your warehouse wasn't even opened until 1996. So again, I just go by. I'm just a country girl, just trying to use a little logic here. You were able to sit down with these heavy-hitting companies without your infrastructure in place to handle the business that these heavy-hitting companies had. Where they do that at?
They're investing in your startup. Like, whoa.
Yeah, for sure. It's like the King George, King George. They were wondering where all their kids went. Catherine, George III.
Yeah, because they had didn't they have 20-something children or something like that? They was getting it in. Yeah.
So they're out there doing big business probably
exactly.
As well.
And now this is my take on it. Mr. Stewart, he didn't need Cisco money, Dell money, Hewlett Packard money, Intel, Microsoft money. He is the money.
Right. He is.
They were coming on his terms.
Exactly. And that's if not, they already had stakes in those companies, because I've been telling y'all that these big tech companies and these stories that they give of somebody sitting in their garage coming up with something XYZ 4, 5, and 6. I told you all that is a lie.
Mm-hmm.
That technology a lot of times comes out of the military. Okay. Yeah. A lot of times it comes out of the military, and the face that you see on these particular companies, they're just the front people.
Right.
Okay. But military, who's really funding it is really, and this is Rhonda's opinion now. Again, this is Rhonda's opinion. Are, Big Daddy and them, the stewards and all of them, they're the empires. They're the hidden hand.
Well, Auntie,
yes, nephew.
Well, just remember the concept of money. You keep saying funding. The concept of money is only real to us. To their bloodline, there is no money.
Absolutely.
They know. So these things are being funded by pen and paper. There is no real financings being pushed behind this. So when he has all this money, he just goes to the bank. That's part of his family bloodline and say, I need a loan. They write him a credit line for XYZ, so you can last for 2 years.
Exactly.
Yeah, on a signature.
Okay. All right. So,
That's crazy.
Okay. So,
Did you know
I'm sorry. Go
computer?
ahead.
Did you know computers in 1996? I didn't even know they existed really in
Yeah, I
1996.
Yeah,
did.
95
Did
is
you?
when Windows came out with their
Uh-huh. And
software.
that's actually when I got in tech.
1995?
Uh-huh.
1995. They were giving that out. I was at the
Absolutely.
baseball game and they were handing out the software.
Absolutely. Because the story of Windows and stuff, it really they claim that it was IBM had the first like Windows
Yeah, the
product, and I
computer.
can't think of the name of that software. Damn, y'all. I can't think of it. And the story that they give is that Gates went and pitched Windows to IBM, and IBM told him no. Now
Anything in
this,
Linux?
no, it wasn't Linux. It's damn. It's specific to IBM because it is a program that they wrote. And back then, like y'all said, Windows wasn't even popular. Okay.
No.
IBM had their own stuff.
Right.
Okay. So they already had their people working on their version of Windows. Okay. They were the first ones out the gate. And the computers they were selling was coming with that. And then I remember when Windows started getting popular and IBM was forced to have to start putting it on their particular computers they were selling. And then eventually IBM got pushed out of the computer market and they sold it. Because if you know the computer brand Lenovo, that's who bought IBM stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Lenovo is former IBM.
Oh,
Okay. So damn, how we get on that? Shit. I didn't
I
put
asked
that.
the question about
Oh,
1996.
yeah. Yeah, I'm a nerd. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I
Oh
was
no,
there back
you're
in the
talking about
day.
how there wasn't behind the people behind those systems are
Oh
not
yeah,
really
yeah,
who
yeah.
they
The
are.
people behind like the Gates, um, the
The front
Facebook
man.
man. What's that damn man's name?
Zuckerberg.
Zuckerberg. And I remember a story on the internet how Zuckerberg not only did not come up with Facebook, but that he was literally a hot mess, and how it was a black man that put Zuckerberg on and gave him the Facebook stuff and how it was supposed to run, this, that, and the third. And child, I cannot find. I have looked years trying to find that article. I cannot find it. I had downloaded it on an old laptop that I had. My mouth dropped. And that's when I started waking up saying, you know what? I bet you all of these tech companies, none of these supposedly and alleged founders actually came up with this stuff. This stuff is coming out of the military and top secret stuff. And they're just giving these folks as the face or the front man of the company. All right. But ultimately, even coming out of the military or the quote government, those are still corporations who ultimately roll up to these particular empires. Okay. So these original families, and the Stewarts are the original family, one of the original families. So my point being, in my opinion, again, it's Rhonda's opinion. I don't know this for sure. Okay. I'm just using reasoning. Okay. Mr. Stewart didn't need these other companies' money. He already, had the pull, had the clout to make these particular moves. Okay. Because help me to understand how in 9 years you go to buying $27.5 million in venture capital, and then the revenue grew to $246 million.
And they didn't sprinkle any crack over you and told the media that you're a cracker or something, you know.
Right. Right. Saying he was, a dope boy. Y'all know how the game work.
Or he sexually assaulted some random girl.
Exactly.
Sometimes they just steal them patents straight out. You know, for our people, they used to steal the patents from them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, that's what I mean.
You know that
the story
happened.
Is that.
Absolutely.
So how is he able to maneuver with such impunity and to be able to have wealth doing so?
Yeah,
he kept his actors in a sense, you would say.
Exactly. So yeah, this just Rhonda's opinion. Okay, again, this is my opinion that he is of the original Stewart bloodline. Okay, and make no mistake about it, this 17 Billy. And this particular one company, baby, that's just one aspect of the Stewart empire. In my opinion, they probably have the entire tech industry. It's just my opinion. I don't know that for sure. All right, so I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's a possibility.
We know someone has a backdoor into all software, period. And if you're saying he's the progenitor of tech coming forward, like, yes, I would say they do have the master keys to everyone's tech. So no matter who's putting it out, IBM or Toshiba,
absolutely,
they still have the back door because they're still running a Windows system. What do you got? Mac maybe, but no, Mac still has its infiltration. It's just how you do it.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter because you have to remember that Windows sits on top of. That's not the Windows is not the source code. It sits on top of something, okay? And that's kind of, back in the day, knew why it was Unix. DOS. Yeah, back in the day it was DOS, but Unix kind of took over from DOS. So you really know your shit. I remember coming up where be a youngin' for you to know DOS, you know your shit. So yeah.
So let's have to type in the actual code of EXT.
The DOS command. That's why I don't code to this day. I just don't have the patience for this shit. But
as you said, underlying structure.
Yeah. So they're they always have backdoors to all of that. That's why there's no such thing, even when they're talking about cyber spying between China and between Russia and between. I'm like, who y'all think y'all playing with, bruh? Who the fuck you think trained these people? I told y'all in the beginning who trained them people. Them people didn't learn that shit on their own. They got trained over here. When they had to switch the computer systems over from the 1999 code over when the year 2000 flipped, guess who they had to go get to do the shit because all of the old people had retired from knowing that old source code. They went to fucking Russia to get them people to work on the big bank systems, to work on the big finance systems, all throughout the U.S. companies. It was the Russians. It was the Russian coders that were over here upgrading these fucking systems so they can go on and find somebody else to play with. I know because my ass was there. Okay? So what they're telling you in the public about the cyber this and the cyber that, I'm like, bullshit.
The cyber attack coming, you better blah, 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 blah.
Y'all all got the codes to each other shit. Who y'all think y'all playing with?
Auntie, talk about that. Who do you think hijacked Las Vegas?
Well, ain't no telling, but it don't.
That is what they're now showing us how, oh my.
Uh-oh. Okay, you kind of went out. I'm sorry, you back. Go ahead. Uh-oh, you there, nephew? Oh, well, he went out. Okay, Brother Sean, peace and love, brother. You there?
Wholeness and power.
How are you, brother?
I'm great. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good. Good to hear your voice.
Likewise. What's good, nephew?
Can't complain, my uncle. Life is great. How about yourself?
I'm good. Finish making your point.
What do you mean?
Yeah, you nephew, because you went out, so we don't know what your point was if you had another one to make.
Sorry, I kind of lost the.
Okay, no worries, no worry. Yeah, Copper Color says I use these systems every day. They run in the background. Check. All financial companies use the same system. Check, 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 check. So again, they could go play with somebody else. Okay? Because us old heads in tech, I was young in tech, goddammit, but I was smart enough to pay the fuck attention, baby. And I told y'all, them Russians are the baddest coders I have ever fucking seen. So they can go play with somebody else. Because if they know how to hack into the systems, goddammit, you taught them. So go on and stop playing. All of that stuff run on the same technology. You're using, not only the same coding, you're even using the same hardware. So now who y'all think y'all playing with? Certainly not me. Okay? Because it's not about that. That is the ruse that is kept up for the public to believe there is separation between these nations, which are really just corporations that roll up to empires. Old empires. Okay? So they're going to play this cat and mouse game, this good and evil game with the populace. Because if the populace truly understood what was going on, they would stop consenting to the bullshit. All right? So shout out to King Luxury for that drop. You can definitely go on his YouTube channel and get the entire video. I suspect, this is just my opinion, probably everybody that he lists in that video has some type of ties to very powerful Black European royal families. Okay, those families did not go anywhere. Okay, the ones that are, truly like that direct descendant bloodline, they didn't go anywhere. They're just behind the scenes. Okay, because true money, they don't have to flash and put it out there. Okay, true power, they don't have to flash and quote, quote, flex their muscle. They got people to do that. Okay? These empires make kings. I'm just going to back that up for the slow ones in the back. These empires make kings and kingdoms. They're not even the kings and queens and kingdoms. They make them. Okay? All right. So I'm done. You got anything else on this, Sean? Before I go on. Oops. All right. No, he doesn't. Okay. So now, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Just going back to something you was talking about earlier, the whole China situation. They literally have what they call in car cemeteries full of electric cars. They all of a sudden decided to ban them over there.
Oh, interesting.
So they literally confiscated everybody's vans. And they've also been doing that with motor scooters with the lithium batteries because they've been catching on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And they literally got like what they call graveyards of them. And those have been catching on fire. And that's just all shit that they just got laying around for no fucking reason. Shit that they can't use or make any money off of.
Because you're talking the electric cars with the lithium batteries that they were running around saying it's green technology, and then you know, Nisi Poo and I looked into it and we were like, how the fuck is this green technology, and what you got to do to dig in the earth to get it is far from green. You mean those electric cars, right?
Yeah. See, the thing is, they paying for that shit. Mama over there kicking they motherfucking asses. They don't put it in the news. All the floods and devastation that they going through over there. Hundreds of thousands of people not even found.
Damn.
They say that the odor over there is so horrific from all the decaying, decomposed. I mean, they catching it, and they still managing to hide everything. But 9 times out of 10, they royal seed is over here in a college or something somewhere, in a hospital, working or pretending to work.
Right. They're pretending to work is more like it, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you fear something that you don't even have to fear.
Right.
They made them your boogeyman. And as you were saying earlier, it's really not the people, it's the system.
Right.
But to a certain extent, that's being exploited. Because they speak about all the people that are on the terrorist watch list. And you know that the shady type gonna take advantage of a situation like this to get in some place they ordinarily couldn't get into.
Very good point. Yep.
But this is where I fault the people. They get over here and talk about how great their culture is and instead of the other, and how they honor their ancestors. You left. The shit that your ancestors was talking about and took pride in, you abandoned. And then you come here and look down on us and try and disrespect us, knowing full well we're the indigenous people here.
Mm-hmm.
You fuckers know this. But you come here to take advantage because some nutbag told you to come on over. It's fine. Just come on across the border.
We'll give you some
When
shit.
has that ever made sense any goddamn way?
Right.
When you was back at home, it were certain territories you ain't go into because you knew you wasn't supposed to.
True that. True that.
I don't give a fuck where you at. You know that there's certain places your ass don't belong.
Yep.
And then y'all come with bullshit. I mean, obviously, y'all ain't been paying attention to the fact that quote unquote niggas enjoy killing. Oh, and they redneck counterparts enjoy killing too.
I keep telling them, the hood and the heels.
Ain't nobody playing with y'all. Ain't nobody got no problem with y'all, long as you go back where you belong. We got enough shit here we have to deal with. We know about their whole reset game plan, this, that, or the other. We ain't for the shit. I don't give a fuck what happened in the past. Here we learn about history so that it don't fucking repeat itself.
Right.
Ain't nobody but to sit up and explain shit to y'all week after week. You know that you dead motherfucking wrong and do not belong here. Period. You know it's shit happening. And when this shit hit the fan, you just another casualty. Because you're somewhere you don't belong. You're giving up your babies. You can't find them. You don't know what's happening with your babies. And quite frankly, majority of y'all don't care because you're here chasing the American nightmare. Haven't you been paying attention?
Yep.
All those contracts, treaties, all that bullshit done for.
Right.
They don't have the authority to tell you to come any motherfucking place. They don't own shit. Any of you motherfuckers out there that think that you bought something here in the Americas,
Right.
you ain't bought shit. A motherfucker ain't had the authority to sell you shit. The mamas haven't spoken on that.
Right.
I haven't heard the matriarchs agree.
I ain't agreed to a
Shit.
damn thing. Neither did Big Mama and them.
So I don't give a fuck what you're talking about as far as that legalese, what's legal, this, that means nothing. If the contracts and treaties are null and void, what do you mean legal?
Right.
That either means your whole contract as far as for legal ease. Period. Anything that you think that you control or manipulate us with, all those contracts is over too. Remember, it's a reset.
Right.
So all them little spells and all that little bullshit, that's null and void too. Remember, it's a
Absolutely.
game. It's supposed to be
Absolutely.
rules to it.
Absolutely.
You got universal law you have to follow, all this, that, or the other.
Yep.
And unless you say fuck universal law, so that means you just want to be wiped out of the entirety of existence.
Right, because you're going to get that work.
The
Indeed.
thing is, we the true power. We the only power around this motherfucker.
Absolutely.
Everybody else looking to us. Everybody else looking to get here around us. Everybody watching and waiting to see what we do. And what are we doing? For real, for real. I mean, just think about it. All you got to do is go on social media and you get to see how our people are presenting themselves and what they are representing. You got all this stuff available to you to show the world, the universe, the multiverses, who and what you truly are. And y'all choose to be clowns and thoughts.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much more to this. You want respect, but won't do shit respectable. I don't see how you think that works.
Right.
It's time to do something different, Joe. And it ain't got shit to do with them.
Absolutely.
Nobody survives without us. If we just decided that we was going to be the selfish motherfuckers that they say we are, would nobody survive? Because we wouldn't fuck with nobody but each other. And if you ain't right, whether you blood, skin tone, what the fuck ever, we ain't fucking with you either.
What integration was about.
The thing is, this shit is easy. It's simple. Motherfuckers just don't want to do right.
Right.
For whatever reason, doing the right thing seems to be the hardest thing in the motherfucking world. Right along with stopping.
Exactly.
But I digress.
No. Very, very good. Let me it is what it is. It is what it is.
Hey, sis, one more thing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And for the patriot lovers and all of those that want to be kumbaya, kumbaya.
My Lord.
Do you go to their videos and actually read their comments?
I know they be cutting up sideways.
Do you ever go to the Native Americans shit on TikTok, etc., and go to the comments and see how your patriots and every other nation takes shots at the quote unquote American Indian? They say you niggas is so motherfucking lost and searching for something to belong to.
Yep.
That y'all delusional, etc., etc. And then these same motherfuckers, as soon as you say something about Trump, right on, brother, he's one of us. But then in a whole separate post, they calling you dumb fucks and all type of shit.
I've been telling melanated people that. Yep.
You have to realize at this point, it's us against the motherfucking universe. Period. No matter what the fuck is being talked about in this reset, everything under the motherfucking sun being talked about and is an option. But you being indigenous to the Americas,
right,
is the only topic that's off limits as far as everybody is concerned. The conscious community. Motherfuckers who claim they were sitting on the moon don't want you to say that you're a goddamn American Indian.
Right. Even the aliens got motherfucking props.
Right. And yeah, I mean, instead of seeking recognition and being called that, why not just be that?
Abs, can you say that again for the slow ones in the back? I would truly appreciate it, brother.
Instead of being concerned with being called that, why don't you be that? Let's show motherfuckers what the indigenous people of the Americas can continue to do. I'm tired of hearing about what the ancestors used to do and what they did. We have all their knowledge and everything within our DNA. What the fuck are we doing?
Exactly.
What did we do? These other folks living in ancestors' dwellings. Some of them are being called museums now, or churches, or etc., etc. Shit that the ancestors built.
Yep.
Other motherfuckers enjoying that shit. While you fight for corners, this my block. This my hood, bruh. What you doing over here, bruh? Why you wearing that color, bruh?
Because it's nice.
What the fuck you talking about, bruh? But I ain't got none of that fire for the real enemy. And the real enemy is that motherfucker you see every morning when you get in the mirror.
That's right.
And make sure your pants is sagging to a certain degree.
Not degree.
Yeah, degree. I know you don't think that a motherfucker just get up and just blindly walk out the house and his pants is automatically pulled down at a certain level and his belt and everything is all proper.
You know, we dating ourselves big time, but go ahead, brother.
You know, motherfuckers standing in the mirror, making sure they got just the right amount of cheek showing, etc., etc.
Just enough so the balls won't fall out. Yeah.
Come on, just like women spend all day in the mirror. These niggas doing it nowadays to achieve that certain look. Yeah. You know the ones who really ain't gay no fuck, because they ain't got on no belt or nothing, and they constantly holding their shit with one hand while they asking you for shit. But I digress.
Ciao. All right. Shit. I told y'all that Annie and Unc moment, goddamn it, was gonna be long tonight. Shit. Okay. All right. So just the last thing, the software that IBM that came out before Windows, it was just called OS, which really just stood for operating system. And they had different versions of it. And remember, IBM was the main creator of the mainframe. And like Sis said, you know, I'm not sure, don't quote me on that, if a lot of the banks still run on that mainframe technology. But all of them, her point being, all of them had the same technology. Okay, so I did want to follow up with that. So the other thing, as we get into the actual lesson tonight, but I had to go over that steward stuff. Thank you, Brother Sean. Because I was like, soon as I clicked on that video, I said, I know you fucking lying. We gotta go over this tonight. Hell no.
And you picked out the family that made me send it to you.
Yeah, I already knew. Soon as I clicked on it, I knew, because I knew, you know, no fucks was given on the other stuff. You know, but that was the first one up. I said, oh, hell no. We going over this tonight. So, shout out to King Luxury for that well put together piece. And I haven't had a chance to look at the other video, Brother Sean, so I'll look through that and we'll probably do that next week. Okay, so we're going to go over universal language and symbols. Now, before we dive back deep into this, I did, you know, what came into, you know, my spirit, as, you know, Brother Sean was talking about, you know, the stuff that the ancestors built. You know, folks got their motherfucking legs crossed. I don't think that most people truly get the amount of resetting that has gone on this planet. Okay. Like I told y'all, I was at the State House last week, and I walked in the building, and, you know, now that I know what I know, and shout out to the Mud Flood community for putting me up on games. I always love architecture and particularly older structures. I really don't like the new shit, to be real honest. I'm really into like the older stuff, because to me it's just well built, and I think it's beautiful. It's much prettier to me than skyscrapers. That shit look like garbage to me. I'm sorry. It does. I would take a castle over a skyscraper any day. It's just more aesthetically pleasing to me. So nonetheless, I walks into the State House, and I was on the bottom floor, and in like the main lobby, I don't even know what they call that. I don't know if that's the atrium. Nonetheless, I immediately started looking at like the walls and the ceilings. And when I tell you that shit is breathtaking,
Yeah.
they don't make that. They don't make it like that anymore.
Like two different beings was on that planet, because as you're saying, the person, the beings that made that building was on something. They took the time to ornate it and make it look pretty and little details in places.
And it's so solid. They can't even recreate that. They can't even build that stuff today.
They destroy old buildings like that because they
Absolutely.
can't.
And to me, it's to hide history. That's why they destroy it. The main reason is to hide history.
100%.
Okay?
They'll repurpose. They can save it, but if they can't save it, they'll take the history with
exactly, because they can't maintain it. Number one, because they don't have the knowledge to maintain it. But to me, a big part of it is to hide history and to reset. Okay,
and it's that see the two buildings side by side, like you see when they do a retrofit.
Yeah, you can see it. Yeah,
old building work, and then you just see just like straight beams, metal, rod, everything is just. Yeah, it looks horrible.
Yeah, it's just no comparison. I was looking at the structure to hold up the building and how they had them arches with that, those particular stones, and my mouth just dropped open, and then I had to go upstairs, and we took an elevator, and you saw where they retrofitted the elevator. And then you could only go so far on the elevator, and we got to the particular floor, and then we had to walk up a staircase, and that solid marble, they can't build that shit today. I was just like in awe. I was like taking my time going up, and the person showing me where I need to go was cracking up. She was like, "It's beautiful, isn't it?" And I'm like, "Oh my God." It's literally breathtaking. They can't even rebuild any of that stuff today, okay? So that's number one, okay? So shout out to the Mud Flood community for putting us up on game, because now I can truly look at architecture and say, oh, that's a lot older than what they're saying, okay? I can see where it has even more underground structures than they're even showing us. So hence there was some type of mud flood. Okay. The other piece that we need to pay attention to, this particular, and shout out to Brother Odell, our cousin from the UK. This entire particular planet, we keep telling y'all, it's built on a grid, okay? We told y'all that the particular grid that, most people don't see, but those of us that see now, we understand that grid lays on top of Mother Earth's natural organic ley lines, okay? Now, this is the part that trips me out. I was looking at a documentary. They were doing it on the Mexico pyramids. And it was so horrible. I was just so fucking disgusted. I'm like, this so, and shout out to Legendary Topcast for putting that information out. If you like go to the private lectures, he put a lot of that information out on those civilizations. And so when I look at them documentaries, I be sitting there like bullshit, lie, bullshit. And they literally have no clue what that stuff was used for. They're just guessing and a hemming and a humming and a skipping around. And I'm like, God damn it, this is bullshit. I wanted to jump through there. Get the fuck out the way. All right, you see that? This really means this, and this. Because in that documentary, they were trying to talk about the purpose of the pyramids. And it was just so fucking watered down. And I just wanted to vomit. And then they were going underneath the structure of the pyramids. And, we know what we know. It had the crystals and da-da-da-da-da-da. And they gave such a bullshit answer on that. I just threw it out of my mind. I didn't even take the time to even remember that bullshit. It was so much bullshit. And I'm like, God damn it, the crystals are the original fucking ley line of the planet. And that's why the ancestors built the fucking pyramids on top of that. Okay? Because it was to harness the energy, the natural energy grid of the planet. Okay? And so when they started doing aerial views in that particular documentary, I had to pause it. And I said, God damn. Because if you look at the aerial view, it is the exact fucking layout of a computer chip today. And I said, boom. Ain't none of this shit new. We done set up here and told y'all. Okay? So the natural, organic ley lines of the planet are the crystals. Okay? So those crystal caves, and they got a lot of them still intact in Mexico. They're simply fucking breathtaking. Okay? Those type of systems run the entire planet, okay? They were once attached to the ancient giant trees that were harvested and cut down, okay? That was the first original reset of the planet. All right. So when the excavation of the trees happened, okay, so that's where when you see these things that they're claiming and supposedly and allegedly saying are mountains and that shit is flat. It's a flat top and it's chiseled the fuck up. Those are the harvested ancient trees, right? So once that shit was cut down, that's when the ancestors started building these pyramid structures to sit on top of the remaining true roots, which are those crystals, okay? So that's what was powering the pyramids. Okay? Now, in my opinion, the second major reset was when they put the magnetic coil, what they are calling the black sun, which that sits on top of the ley lines, and that's what that frequency is what's tuning the entire planet's frequency. So that black sun, meaning that electromagnetic coil, sits on top of the crystal root system, and it tunes and sends out a signal. Okay? So instead of today using the pyramids, which, you know, the ancestors used back in the day, the structures that went up, those old world buildings that the mud flood community talks about, and that they have the antennas and shit sitting on top of it, they was pulling the frequency signals out of the air. Okay? So that was like the third iteration of resets. All right? But even then, the ancestors were still using natural technology, using the ether energy for heating and cooling and what they're calling electricity and all of that jazz. Okay? And then when it was time for another reset, and in my opinion, another major reset happened after the Civil War. Now that's just Rhonda's opinion. And I'm only basing that on, and shout out to the mud flood community, how all of these fucking fires broke out. And if you look at all of these structures that they claim they built in 2 years, but now mind you, they can't even rebuild the shit today. But they claiming it was built in 2 years. And then they wind up tearing it down right after the Civil War. And then the remaining of them, in the 1900s, they started tearing down the remaining of those structures. And in place of them, that's what we see these pieces of shit, what they call high rises. Okay, or skyscraper, my bad. Skyscrapers. Okay? Now you need to pay attention even with the skyscrapers. I want you to go. You can either go buy pictures or go out to your local city. And I want you to look on the top of them fucking skyscrapers and you're going to see antennas. It is the same concept. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Look at the pictures from Maui and look at those pictures of the fires from back in the day. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Right. Right. Nothing to see there.
Because, I mean, a regular fire burning through those structures, the way it looked in those pictures, but
it's not right.
We still have certain buildings and stuff that weren't touched at all.
Exactly. And trees still standing.
Yeah. They had some findings on that they think happened.
Oh, believe me, they didn't have findings on some of everything.
Right.
Whether or not they gonna tell the truth about it,
it's a different story.
It's just like the Paradise Fire. Remember how it burned?
But
just like that
none of this is, you know, again, I guess that's all coincidence. Just like it was coincident, you know, when the Chicago fires broke out back in the day. And not just the Chicago fires, just do a quick Google search. Any major city, and I'm just talking in the states. We just gonna use America. All of them have had some type of fires that destroyed all of these castles and these major structures. Coincidence. Now again, this ain't no frame home, okay? These were stone structures. And no fire is going to burn that stuff down. Now it'll, you know, melt the windows out and the contents in it. And, you know, the roof, depending on what the roof was made of, that'll be gone, whatever the case may be. But you gonna try to convince us that a fire took down those structures. Talking about the old world structures. Okay. Now fast forward. Now we got fires breaking out. We got floods happening. I didn't even know last week downtown Atlanta flooded.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Big time. Yeah, it was literally only downtown, and it seemed targeted, and I was scratching my head. I'm like, wait a minute,
Libya,
just downtown?
Libya flooded too.
So, I guess all of that's coincidence too, right?
Trying to get rid of a lot of people.
No, it's not even about getting rid of a lot of people. It's a reset.
Yeah, well.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because the city of Atlanta is already sitting on top of the whole city of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Okay? I'm sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
The point that's being missed, and we've expressed this many times, if you're not in frequency with mama,
exactly,
you ain't gonna make it. I mean, what's happening now is just the beginning. I mean, a lot of people got to come back. I mean, they still hold on to this third dimensional shit. So, I mean,
right.
As people make their choices and sign their new contracts, this, that, or the other, unfortunately, some of y'all got to get ushered up out of here so you can come back and start over from the beginning. We want you to serve this new contract fresh.
Right.
We don't want that old raggedy toe out ass we didn't already used and abused.
Right.
We want some new flesh.
Exactly.
We want to catch you fresh. But I digress.
Exactly. Yeah, Sis Nonya, that's what I saw. I'm sorry, Copper Colored. That's what I saw that the HBCUs.
That's a bank, right?
No, the historical black colleges, because I think Clark Atlanta was the video that I saw, and it was flooded. But it was other parts of downtown too that was flooded. Okay, so I'm like, damn. So I thought that was interesting. Okay, but the point we're trying to make is pay attention to what's going on. This is all reset. Okay. And again, ultimately, what we're trying to tell you, what all of this is about, anything that is done in what we're calling the known world, there is always an unknown / spiritual component to it. That's where the power, the true power is. It is the spiritual unseen. Okay. You as a divine soul are supposed to be tapped in to the unseen. Not only are you supposed to be tapped into the unseen, because if you're tapped into the unseen, you would automatically pick up the natural, organic frequency of the planet. Okay? Because if you don't, you're going to stay on the broadcasted signal. Why do you think they call it broadcasted signal? That is the artificial signal. That is a lower frequency, lower vibration, which keeps you in fear, in scarcity, etc., etc., etc. What we keep telling you, what we have been building up to this point, now we're at the point that we told you we were going to get to. A choice is gonna have to be made, although technically every second or millisecond you make a choice. I'll say that a little slow. What I'm trying to get you all to understand, when I always talk about create the world you want to live in, I am talking about starting it with your consciousness. Because every millisecond that you emit a frequency from your consciousness, you create a reality. You have a choice. You can either tune your consciousness in to the collective, which is tuned into a broadcasted system or frequency that is programmed, or you can make a decision to emit your own consciousness frequency from what you want to create. All right? That is the reason why I have taken pretty much all of this year going over this stuff. I know it's hard material. I know it's frustrating a lot of people when I get up here and say there's no victims. I don't want to hear this victimism. I'm doing this for a purpose. Because it is at the point, as a soul, you have to step up, recognize who you are, and be truly who you are, or continue to be ruled over. I'll say that again. You are at a point as a soul. I'm not talking about your ego. I'm not talking about that character that you play, okay, that we all play, but most don't understand that they're playing, because most want to, they're willing to die and defend that character. I'm talking about you as a pure organic soul. You are supposed to be a creator. You are supposed to be creating at the soul level. It starts through your consciousness. Every millisecond, you emit a frequency and you create a reality. Every millisecond. So if you don't think you don't have control over anything, oh, okay. That's what you want. Okay. I'm going to serve it up to you. All right? Okay. So let's get into this. I'm just going to zoom through this because we've gone over it before. If this is your first time joining us, you have to go back to the earlier shows. We go over this stuff in pretty much detail. And all I can say is those of you that are, into religion and, you think about the 10 Commandments. What I am telling you is the 10 Commandments are a derivative. Several versions of a derivative of universal laws. Okay. All right. So we went over all that karma, polarity. All right. And polarity is the reason why we understand that this is a matrix, the binary code, the ones and the zeros, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I can say with confidence, I know that all of this computer stuff and this technology stuff that we're seeing today, none of this shit is new, okay? Because at the end of the day, this entire, what we're calling reality or this seen world is a matrix, okay? All right. And, and how do we know it's matrix? Because you could take any number, you could take any symbol, and you can break it down into a binary code, either 1 or 0. Binary code is the source to run a computer. All right. That's how we know that this is a matrix. Okay. It's not real. It's an illusion that you as a soul, and I'm sorry, I know that, it's a hard concept to get for some. Well, I ain't signed up for this. Okay then, baby. So what you want to do? Because I can't tell you what you did, what you didn't do, where you're going. What do you think your purpose is? Okay? Because you are a soul having a physical experience. Okay? All right. Okay, so we went over numerology, and it just breaks down how, what we're calling letters or whatever can be broken down into numbers, all right? And this is how we get back to the binary base code. And if you go back and even look at some of the earlier languages, Hebrew, I know I'm missing something else. I can't think of it right now. Sanskrit, all of that, you can see the similarities among each other, and even tied somebody mute and tied to the what we're calling in the Americas the alphabet today. All right. Okay, so we talked about gematria, which is basically a numbering system that's used to move energy. Okay, all right. So I said in this particular series, the most important slides that you are going to see in this deck is going to be 2, but I put this as number 1 because this is who you truly are. Okay. So for those of you that are into the Bible, into religion, John 10, chapter 10, verse 34, Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law? I said ye are gods. Okay. So those that, get a little thrown off about that, it's not about folks putting themselves over who you deemed as your savior, who you deem as your Lord. That's your business. I'm not here to judge. That's your experience. Baby, do you. All right? What I'm saying to you is that if Jesus is telling you that ye are gods, Jesus was really giving you the esoteric. Where's my damn mouse? The esoteric of it. All right? So telling you you're really a pure soul. You're really energy. Okay? That's what make you a God. That's what make you all-knowing, because you are beyond this physical experience that you're having. Okay? Your soul is ancient. This experience ain't. Let me just roll that again. Your soul is ancient. This experience ain't. Right? Okay. All right. So we were just giving you some of the metaphysics, and you could say esoteric, alchemy-ish things dealing with numbers, and that's how energy moves throughout the realm and how you can harness the energy. So we gave you the master numbers 11, 22, 33. So again, you can go to some of the earlier episodes in this series to get the drop on all of that. All right. So we talked about the flower of life and its importance, all of that jazz, and how the flower of life is tied to the seed of life or conception. Okay. All right, so we went over all that and what Kabbalah really is. We went over the Baphomet and how it's really not evil, how it's really explaining, really energy and alchemy. All right, so you can go to the other shows in this series again to get the total drop on that. Okay, and how the flower, even within the flower of life, you have the sacred geometry. All right. Okay, and how everything in nature you'll find sacred geometry. Okay. All right. Okay. And this is how, we can also prove once again that this is a matrix, because you can take anything and break it down to a number, and that number can be broken down to a binary code, 1 and 0s, which is true and false, which is the stuff that a computer runs on. That's how we know that this is a matrix. Okay. It is an illusion. It is a simulation. Okay? Right? You can chalk it up to a video game that, you have the players. So think of the players as the organic souls, and then you have the NPCs, which are just the background characters.
Grand Theft Auto 5, Auntie. That's exactly what we're looking through right now.
See, I don't even know what that is, baby. I don't know none of these. Baby, I don't know none of these video games.
After that, it's a one-player video game where you can interact with their universe. It's like a Los Angeles in their Matrix, but basically live out the character's life how you choose to see fit. You can be a square and just do square stuff, or you can be a bad man and do bad man stuff. You have the choice in that game to do basically whatever you want.
Now I love that. So that sounds like that you as the player are the soul, and
Yes.
you choose your soul contract, and this iteration of the game that I'm gonna play, I want to be, I think you said, the square.
Yes. You can just be a person that goes to work, comes back home. You can go work Uber. You can do all these little things within the game. You can be fully immersed in that game, play a full 24-hour day in that game, and do a regular stuff. Go to your room, your apartment, all that type of stuff in that type of game. Or again, you can start to do real heinous things. Kill people, rob people,
et cetera, et cetera. So just bear with me a second, nephew. So is somebody forcing you to select to be a square?
No, that's it. That's exactly it. No, there is no rules. You are the one. You player one. Make that choice. Do I want to rob that person right now? Because you can live out that life and be that character. The game will allow you to do that.
So when I say there are no victims and you signed up for this, what is your soul contract? I mean what I say.
Right.
That's up for you to figure out.
And that's what as you said, you have to check the mind, because is that your original thought? Should I go rob that person? I'm a gangster. Is that really a thought that you genuinely came up with? Or are you emulating a program that the Matrix wants you to run? Essentially, they want you to run the gangster program, because with running the gangster program, you now are in this position. You're in jail, or you're behind the 8 ball, you're working basically minimum wage, and your life is on the line.
And they cloned Tyrone, and I didn't go over that because pretty much everybody kind of said what I wanted to say. Only difference is I was just gonna put it in the concept of organic souls and NPCs.
Yeah.
Okay. Because what they were showing you to me in that particular flick, the Lady of the Night character, she was the organic soul. Tyrone was like he was an NPC. That's why he could be reproduce. And most of those other people, they, gave him his particular programming. So the lady that played the Lady of the Night, I forget her name. Shoot, I forget her little character's name. She was the organic soul saying, so basically, all right, I signed up as a soul to be in this particular life, to be in these streets like that. But it was something in her soul was like, oh, wait a minute, this is some bullshit. And she could see through it, and the rest of them couldn't. Okay, just an example.
It was not even that they couldn't. They weren't That's not part of their.
That wasn't part of their programming.
They're not allowed to have that type of thought.
Exactly. Okay, so what we're telling you as an organic soul, you need to understand what your soul purpose is.
Auntie.
Yes, nephew.
We have to be careful too, is that understanding that if we're like the young lady, before she realized who she was, you have to realize that everyone else around you may be a NPC.
Exactly.
For your favor. So you may say, oh, I've had this friend in my life for all this time and this, that, and the other. Yeah, but they were put there to steer you in a particular direction, keep you away from certain things. Like I've even looked like if you have a significant other in your life and they have a fear, if you don't, let's say, if you don't get them out of that fear, then they're going to push that fear on you. That may be their intent in sense. Like it wasn't for you guys to fall in love, but if they put you in that mind state, then your particular potential is now diverted because now you have a fear that they pushed on you.
Okay.
So you got to having certain vibrations and people around you, because they do persuade you. As I said, show me your closest friends and I could tell you who you are.
I can tell you who you are. Okay. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's all it is.
Okay, so I'm gonna throw another factor in there. What if, as a pure organic soul, you set up in your contract to have that particular either NPC around you or to have that particular mate that you're going to go through some dramatization with? You put that in your contract for whatever experience you wanted to have, whatever lesson you felt your soul needed to grow.
I wanted problems all the time.
So not necessarily that somebody's out to quote, quote, get you. What if that's something that you yourself wrote in your particular soul contract?
I could see that, because you only through those situations, if you persevere, you would gain wisdom, you would gain some sort of.
Absolutely.
So as if I didn't have that, as you say, that bad relationship with that individual, then I would
absolutely
always or frequency individual, because I'll still operate at that level.
Right. And not only that, let's say, how would I even know how to be in something healthy or whatever the case may be if I didn't go through some bullshit?
Yeah, to appreciate someone unless you were not appreciated.
Exactly. So now I'm not saying that's the case for everybody. That's why I say I can't tell you what your soul purpose is, like you can't tell me what mine is. I can't tell you why you're doing what you're doing, why you're accepting what you're accepting, whatever the case may be. It is your soul journey. You're supposed to be figuring out what your soul purpose is. Okay? So it's not always about, and I'm just willing to guess that a lot of times we built that into our experience in this particular lifetime.
It feels so sometimes.
Just for the purpose of evolving your soul.
Facts.
Okay.
Are you up for challenge?
As part of the.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
As part of the purpose of duality,
Mm-hmm.
good versus evil, yin and yang.
Yep.
It's just part of the game.
Yep.
It's the experience. You don't go through anything. What is it you're adding to the Akashic records?
Exactly.
It's just that You can be tricked into certain things, into things beyond your purpose that may not have been originally a part of your plans. That's if you're letting someone else write and narrate your script.
Exactly. Can you just say that again if you don't mind, Brother Sean?
So you get trapped and led astray when you let someone else write and narrate your script.
Absolutely.
You create what you want.
Absolutely.
Other than that, if you're just waiting for others to do things for you, then all you're going to get is what they created and whatever energy they got left after they done done what they wanted to do.
Yep.
But if being used and being a victim is the only experience you see worthy of coming here for, you miss out on the bigger picture.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those things that you go through are to help you appreciate love and higher frequencies,
Mm-hmm.
to make you appreciate the creative process. It's not meant for you to live there, to continually be a victim, to continually
Mm-hmm.
make excuses. That's not what it's about. Now, I mean, of course, there are entities that feed off of that weakness,
Right.
just like in every game. Just about there's something waiting to take your energy if you don't use it properly. None of this is difficult. Y'all do it in games all the time. Y'all will
Mm-hmm.
sit up for days straight. Won't take a shower, won't change clothes.
Playing that video game.
Yeah, furniture stank. I mean, nobody wants to sit in that chair after you done been in it for 3, 4 days straight. Because all that sweat and funk that come up out that chair once you sit down in it.
Child.
Why you think most of them gamers, their rooms stank? Because they hold up with the doors closed and everything so that they ain't disturbed. They eating, drinking, a lot of times pissing and shitting right there in the same goddamn room. They have piss bottles in there.
Damn.
Best believe they do.
How do you say that?
Damn. They about that life.
Well, yeah,
Yeah, they
might
don't
be
want
the
to
answer.
stop playing that game.
And what you say, Brother Sean, that's a lot of people get stuck in that same loop in this reality.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, and so
Exactly.
in other words, they get stuck in playing that ego character.
Mm-hmm.
And they never can step outside of that ego character to say, I'm more than this.
Exactly.
It's
It
just
was
a
taught.
persona.
Mm-hmm. And that persona was taught to be weak. But
Mhm.
you're supposed to be strong enough to work till you die.
Right.
You ain't supposed to enjoy life.
Right.
Work and work. I remember when the retirement age was like 40, 45. Because I
Mm-hmm.
remember people
Mm-hmm.
talking about coming right out of high school because a lot of times you had the trade schools and stuff
Right.
in there, so
Yep.
you was able to
Yep.
go right into good paying jobs.
Jobs.
So
Yep.
so you looking at oh, I'm gonna put in my 20 years, so at the age of 40 I'll be able to retire. I still young enough to be able to kick it, do this,
Right.
do that. Seemed like each year they kept pushing the retirement age back.
Mm-hmm.
The closer you got to it, the more they push it back.
Exactly.
Just to keep you working and busy and slaving for them.
Right. Playing the video game.
Exactly. Instead of being who you are and doing what you really came here to
Exactly.
So, yeah.
That's why this shit ain't exciting. It's boring as fuck.
Redundant. Yeah.
Because it's already been created. And it's just recycled at this point. And you know why it's recycled? Because the only creation comes from you, the pure organic soul.
Yeah.
And if it don't come from the pure organic soul, they're going to recycle and remix. Like DJ Khaled, that nigga ain't came up with nothing original yet. Okay. All right. Okay, so we talked about vibration, frequency, all of that, alchemy, and your energy centers, blah, 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 blah. So we're just gonna go through all of this. The alphabet boys admitted that this world is a hologram, okay? Shit. They've been done told folks that, okay? They showed you really where pure organic souls, what you really are, the absolute, this, that, and the third. Okay, shout out to Martin Kenny out of UK. He kind of gave you the real layout of what Earth truly looks like, not a spinning ball spinning around however many millions of miles, child, they say, whatever the case. So check him out. I know they're Cosmic Egg. I know his stuff is getting pulled down more and more. Okay, so we talked about astro traveling. Okay. Now I keep stopping on certain points, re-going over them because this is the meat of everything, and this is truly who you are. Okay, and shout out to Dr. Dilbert Blair. He's with the ancestors now. But he always said, you know, every night when you go to sleep, you die. Okay. See, he was trying to say is that you were really going to the spiritual / unseen world. Okay. Or what we call astro traveling. Everybody does it. If you are a pure organic soul, you do it. You just don't know that you do it. Okay? And so when you having not pure, what they are pure, but when you're having vivid dreams, meaning in color, you're astro traveling. Okay? If you think you have sleep paralysis where you can't wake up out of your sleep, okay? Ain't no demon or nothing sitting on you trying to get at you XYZ. It's just that your astro true body, spiritual body, is trying to resettle in your physical body. Okay, so your subconsciousness, the true you, and your astral body is trying to resettle in your avatar, your physical body, your consciousness, and your consciousness, physical body woke up before your astral body merged back in. And that's where that sleep paralysis come into. Okay? It ain't no demon sitting on your chest. That's you, goddammit. That's the true you. Right? Okay, but everybody, if you are a organic soul, everybody astro travels. All right? That's why it's important to not only know who you are, but maintain a certain frequency so you are aware of these things. Okay? You are an ancient soul. This ain't the only go round on what we're calling Earth. All right? And this ain't the only physical experience that you done had. All right? You done had many physical experiences on what we're calling Earth now and in other matrices as well. Okay? All right. Okay, so we talked about the Akashic records. All right, and shout out to Disney. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
I was talking to my relatives, and I was trying to explain the ego and stuff to them. And I just said straight out, I said, "Do you know you've been reincarnated?" And they said, "Yeah."
Oh, well, straight out. Good. Nice.
I know. I said, "What?" I was like really surprised that they know that. And then they said, "Now, how do you get out of it?" And so I had the privilege to tell them you have to get your frequency up high enough so that you don't have to keep repeating the cycles. So the love is the highest frequency on the chart. Mm-hmm. So you have to learn how to get out of ego and love. And so it was a nice conversation. I had 2 conversations.
Isn't it refreshing for people to get that? That's huge. Yeah.
It was, matter of fact, my son was the first one. And men are kind of like,
oh yeah, they really be like, oh baby, you want so you trying to tell me?
You can't tell me nothing.
Now they be the main one. Y'all that gone with that bullshit. So you trying to tell me that you saying you been here before? Yeah, motherfucker. And I didn't like your ass, your stinking ass in the last lifetime. I fucking left you in.
Yeah, but it was interesting. We had a long conversation and how to get out of the ego and get into the soul.
I'm so proud of you, sis.
Well, I'm so proud of you for teaching me, honey.
Girl, let me tell you something, baby. When it slapped me upside the head, I said, I'm like, whoo, let me sit my ass down because I thought I knew. But I didn't know.
It was so, I knew that love was the highest frequency.
Absolutely.
Because that's part of nature to know that that's what every soul lingers for. Not everyone, but if they had in this whatever role you're taking.
Yeah, well, if you're a soul, ultimately, that's what you are seeking. If you a soul, if you a NPC, you don't know nothing about that. You're strictly what you were programmed for. Yeah. But if you are a pure soul, love is your ultimate purpose, and specifically unconditional love.
Exactly. And so in relationships, when you seek a mate, that is your essence of what you need to be at to have unconditional love. So we just had a wonderful conversation.
Nice.
And he was just responding and talking back to me about it and how he needs to find that avenue to get there. Because if you don't, you got to keep coming back to this old bird. But,
right. Well, and that's it. If that's the way you set up your contract,
the program.
Yeah. If you set your contract up to do that, but yeah, ultimately, that's your soul's ultimate purpose. It's unconditional love.
It is.
It's to rise up out of all of this muck and mire, all of these personas, all of this and the that. Because once you rise up out of it, you be like, okay, yeah, that was some bullshit. I thought I was in love. Okay, I love the person, whatever the case may be. And that could be anyone. I'm not talking just romantic love. I'm talking across the board.
Even your children.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
But that unconditional love begins with self.
Exactly. Come on, the greatest love of all. Exactly.
Before you can truly experience unconditional love with anybody else, whether that be your children, your parents, whoever, you have to have that within yourself. If you can't forgive yourself and move past certain things, you'll never be able to forgive somebody else and move past
that is
certain
correct
things. It's a way of being. People keep expecting it to be an emotion or a disease or something that you catch. One day you come outside and it's them blue in your driveway. No, you have to be that. If you're not operating in that frequency, you can't attract that frequency.
Absolutely.
You're going to repel it. You're going to do something to sabotage it because what is it people say all the time? Oh, this just seemed too good to be true.
Exactly.
The minute you put that shit in the universe
said, motherfucker, you right.
You damn right.
Right.
You weak, unappreciative motherfucker.
Right.
Go.
Exactly. You don't deserve shit.
Don't forget it try to talk you out of it. It always try to talk you out of it.
It ain't a it. That's a you.
You always try to talk yourself out of what you deserve.
That's that fucking ego.
Mm-hmm.
Talking you out of it.
Step up to the plate. You don't want to step up to the responsibilities. You don't want to live up to that frequency. You can't be that frequency. You can only jump in and out of it because it's a frequency that's too high for you.
Ooh.
So you jump in that frequency, you send your personal representative in that frequency.
Come on with it now.
And then that motherfucker have to step out of that.
Exactly.
Like, whoo, that's when you go back home, and if you're a dude, that's when you go back home and you tell the fellas all type of stupid shit that you shouldn't be saying about somebody that you're supposed to be interested in. and the same with females.
Exactly.
And then you sit up and say, girl, he just too nice.
Like, bitch, what?
Yeah, he all polite and shit.
Right.
He wanna open up the car door for me, and it take him all motherfucking long to come around to the other side of the
and
car.
He ain't got no drama, da. Oh, okay, so you like drama and shit in your life. That's the way your shit is. Yeah, that's the way your shit is set up.
He wanna meet my parents. Shit, what the fuck you wanna meet my parents for?
Check what's under the hood first.
Like shit, it ain't that motherfucking serious. Shit, it's the first time going out. He talking about he want to meet my parents and shit. Oh hell no! Exactly. That nigga act like he's serious. He act like he trying to be serious about something. He want a relationship or something.
You want a commitment.
So again, he just gave y'all. That's really the game. If you want love, you have to first start with loving yourself.
Yeah, that's 100.
That's how you're going to attract it. Because all I mostly see on the planet is people running around trying to get something that they can't motherfucking give. And baby, it don't work that way. Because you'll never be able to obtain it. You'll never be able to maintain it. Because you can't fucking hold a frequency. Instead of you being real with yourself, that's when the ego kicks in.
Facade.
Okay? And some people get arrogant. Oh, she, or he can't hang with the kid, da. Baby, you can say whatever you want to say. Go on and do you. Just say you're not ready for true love because you don't have it for your fucking self. And keep it motherfucking moving. It's okay if you ain't ready. Because, see, you can lie to me, baby, but when you lie to yourself, that's the missed opportunity.
And dudes wonder how come they so-called best friend a back door.
Ooh.
You sit up and tell these raggedy ass niggas
everything.
Come on, put him up on game, Brother Sean. Put him up on game. Put him up on game.
Man, my bitch, she cook for me. Keep the house clean.
Talking shit.
Yeah, she don't never tell me no, but shit, sometimes I get tired. I get tired of fucking, man. I want to sit up and play my goddamn game, drink a brew, go to the bar or something, but she always motherfucking cooking and shit. Always sucking my dick when I try and go out the door, man.
You stupid ass telling your bedroom business. But keep going, Brother Sean. Put these niggas up on game.
And your homie sitting up thinking, nigga, you want to come outside and play and hang with the fellas when you got a woman at home that's doing that? The minute you out there hanging out with the fellas and the one homie that's usually there, all of a sudden, he stopped hanging with y'all. He at your house while you playing the game.
Facts.
You had everything that nigga wanted. The reason he was hanging out with y'all was because he didn't have that.
Yep.
And you gave him full knowledge and insight of one that was sitting right at home with a ungrateful nigga.
Yeah.
That's how your homeboy wound up with your baby mama.
Oh, no, I ain't fucking no friends. I'm going to cuss your ass out. But what you saying is valid because women, we done been there. When the friend come pushing up on you and you, nigga, I know I'm swinging on you and I'm telling.
Yeah, but he came anti with the cheat code because he knows your weakness. He's gonna come. He's not gonna come when you're happy. He's gonna wait until.
I don't give a fuck if I just finish knifing up that nigga. You understand me? I don't fuck friends. That's just my code. I don't fuck friends. I don't fuck my friends, old man, current man. That's just the way Rhonda move. It's insulting to me, nigga. Well, what the fuck you think I am? I'm not a pass around between your homies. But go ahead, Brother Sean. I'm just saying. Ladies, I just had to put that out there because we done all been there where the homie try to push up on you or try to run and tell you what that nigga is doing. Oh, really? Yeah, he be out there pushing up on hoes, fucking. Each woman, we have fucking been there. But continue, Brother Sean. Put them up on game. Because when we try to tell they stupid ass, they don't get it. That's why the fuck you be getting left at it. But go ahead on, Brother Sean.
But that's why so many girls be pregnant by the same dude. It's at times it's one motherfucker. They got 15 baby mamas, all in the same goddamn neighborhood.
Oh, that's how they be doing it.
Yeah. And I'm talking about bum ass niggas that's walking around. So yeah, I mean niggas, this is shit I've seen myself.
No, I'm feeling you. Put them up on game.
Niggas who never had a car or nothing, but he able to go from street to street, get broads pregnant, had them fighting each other.
Shit, I wish the fuck I would.
This, that, or the other. Or let's say even the so-called ballers. Everybody in the goddamn city know your goddamn car.
True.
and you ride every bitch in that car.
Yeah.
Everybody know who your motherfucking main line is.
Right.
Because that's the one you got up in the house. That's the one who name your house is in.
You did that to me. That's who's your car.
Real. Yeah, you the main line. That's the only one that you put your shit in her name.
Yeah,
You don't put no shit in the side chick name. I'm just saying, everybody know. But then they turn around and call him a dog. You lying ass dog. How am I lying? How's he lying? He been in
yeah.
the same corners with all of y'all.
What'd you say, bending? I ain't heard that in a minute. Bending the same corners. Child.
For real,
No, because they all know.
Right, and y'all all didn't met him. Bending those corners. You didn't seen him bending the corner with the other chick.
Right.
And you just waited till she wasn't in there.
Right, so you can bend the motherfucking corner.
Right.
You want to play crazy?
Right, you wanted her to see you in there.
Because it's my time. It's my turn to fuck. Whore, your low self, you go right on ahead. Y'all can have that shit. But continue, Brother Sean.
Here he is, though.
I mean, it's the things that you accept.
Exactly.
Nobody has to deal with that type of shit. Unless
don't.
you choose to.
Exactly.
Why you don't think better of yourself?
Right.
Come on with it now.
Thing is, before making that type of commitment with somebody or laying down,
let's start with that, right?
Yeah,
come on with it.
yeah,
See, you know what I'm saying, Sis Sandra? Shit. But go ahead, Brother Sean. We got an amen on this. God damn it. But go ahead, Brother Sean.
Both of y'all need to be right.
Exactly.
Both of y'all need
to
have dealt with trauma. Because whatever trauma you haven't dealt with, you're putting that right in that child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you just say that again? Because I don't think people fucking understand it. If you don't mind just repeating that again, sir.
You have to deal with your trauma before you mate. You have to be careful about who you mate with because you're instilling that trauma in that child. You're passing on your goddamn curses. You talking about breaking generational curses. Stop passing that shit on. If your child is dealing with some shit that you don't understand, that's because y'all punk asses ain't done what the fuck y'all needed to do. Right? Y'all was irresponsible when you had that child. Now I don't give a fuck what your age was.
I know that's right.
Mentally, spiritually, and emotionally, you was young, weak little punks. You had issues you hadn't fucking dealt with, and then you pass it on to that child. I mean, whether or not they chose that experience, I guess they did if they chose y'all in such weak, low vibrational states. Because I was there myself.
I see.
Been there, done that, working on all that healing, going through everything that it takes to end the bullshit, to end the generational curses.
All right now.
Kid, once and for all. But if you ain't willing to do that, keep your motherfucking clothes on. Keep your legs closed. All type of shit. I mean, it's just so many other things that you can do other than creating a life that you're not capable of taking care of. And if you think that finances is the only way to take care of a child, look at how many so-called rich children commit suicide.
Yeah.
Look how many people in big fancy houses that are miserable.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Now,
you just need to work at it.
Yeah, and I just want to say, Brother Sean, I am so extremely proud of you for just keeping it fucking real. Just talking about your journey and saying, I'm trying to get my shit together because I've been there and done that, and I'm doing the cleanup. And all I'm saying is to, the older generation, stop bullshitting. Tell this shit the way it really is. If you fucked up, say you fucked up. It's not right for us to be sitting up here bullshitting, and then the sick part, you're pretending and playing and passing on and glorifying sick ass fucked up behavior. That's not being honorable, and it's certainly not being ancestral, and it's not getting the collective shit. And specifically, it's not doing shit for families. That's why the families are broken. Because nobody wants to really tell the fucking truth. Nobody really wants to own up to the part that they played. Because I can respect the person that said, I was fucked up. I did it all, baby. I did XYZ. Let me fucking put you on game so you don't have to do XYZ. Because somebody did it for me. Several people did it for me. I didn't have to make a lot of mistakes because I had the aunties and the unks and them and Big Mama and them putting me up on fucking game. Because they didn't want to see me go down roads, dark roads that they fucking went down that were dead end. So now that's fucking being a man. Owning up to what the fuck you've done and owning up and doing what you need to do. Not sitting up here glorifying about how many bitches you fucked, what change you got, this, that, and that. Who gives a fuck, nigga? What is your contribution to the world? What is your contribution to your legacy? Who the fuck are you? What are your values? What are your characters? I can tell how the fuck you are by your fucking conversation and how you move in these motherfucking streets. And it ain't impressive. You fucking niggas in your 30s plus talking this bullshit that you should have got over in your 20s. And the same with the women. You out here with these pussy wars. Thinking your pussy better than the next one and that nigga don't care about any of them. How low are you going to go? Who the fuck are you really? Because at the end of the day, if you can't look at yourself in the mirror at the soul level and fucking love yourself, it don't mean shit. And when you move like that in these streets, I know you don't fucking love yourself. So you can lie to me. But if you lie to yourself, that's who you're damaging. I'm not impressed about any of that. I know you by your actions, which display your values and your fucking character. Okay? So y'all want to talk about being big boys and big girls and balling? That's fucking balling. This other bullshit, that's child's play. That's child mentality. Because if you loved yourself, you wouldn't even be wrapped up in that bullshit. And until you get fucking real about you and loving you and say, I fucking deserve better. Don't matter what nobody else is doing. This is how I'm going to walk. This is how I'm going to operate. And either people are going to rise up and meet me at this frequency, or we can't deal. That's fucking keeping it real. That's fucking breaking generational curses. All right. So shit, that was good. That was good, Brother John. I don't know how we got there. All right, shit. Okay. But Akashic Records, there is such a thing. It does exist. And that is really a window to open up like past lives. It is real. You don't need somebody to do it for you. You can do it yourself. But you can only do that at the soul level, when you're operating at the soul level. Okay? All right. And then you can also see into future stuff also. Okay? And create future stuff. Not with the Akashic Records, but okay? So Akashic Records, past lives, and future stuff. Although the future, you determine that also. Okay? Because remember, every millisecond, you're creating your reality. Okay? I'm sorry, nephew, did you have something to say?
The only thing I was going to say, the only thing we have is the present. As
yes, because it's all the now, to be honest. Yes.
Exactly. What I do now had determined my past, and what I'm about to do is determining my future.
Absolutely.
But I'm that thought process in the now.
Indeed. All right, so I'm gonna just kind of go. We talked about past lives, reincarnation. Okay, so again, you're supposed to be in Earth for a specific purpose. I can't tell you what your purpose is. You know, you have to dig deep down, get to the true you, and get to business. All right. And so you are responsible for your spiritual journey. No man, woman, deity, religion, or ideology will fulfill your spiritual journey. You are equipped to complete the journey you agreed to. Your actions, behavior in this realm create your reality, and you can choose to change, alter, or create new actions, behaviors, which will create a new reality. You are a soul having a physical experience. You are all powerful. You are worth to live in this realm in love, peace, and happiness. Go create the world you want to live in. Okay? And you're only going to get to that point when you have that self-love. Okay? All right, so we talked about soul families, all of that. And, you know, when we're talking about, Brother Sean was saying, loving yourself, doing that work, unconditionally loving yourself. He was talking, that work is he's talking about is that shadow work. Okay? So learning to love all of those sides of you and work through why you have certain behaviors, why you choose certain patterns, and how those things are tied to certain traumas that you need to heal. Okay? And once you get to that, that's when you start to unlock the true love of self and the true unconditional love. Okay? So it says here, the purpose of shadow work is to obtain the ability to accept and love oneself unconditionally, which can lead to peace and happiness in one's life and relationships. Okay? So when folks say that they want peace, you have to be peaceful. Because you can't expect to get a peaceful soul and you unpeaceful and you bring in hell. Don't work that way. Because even if you link up with peace, I guarantee you, you won't be able to maintain that peace if you ain't that peace. Because if that piece got unconditional love of self, they'd be like, oh, no, all right, I'm out. Deuce. Okay, maybe circle back the block if I feel like fucking being bothered when you truly have the peace that you so claim and allegedly you want. Okay?
Is it?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad you made that distinction when you said a person that truly loves themselves won't stand for that, won't stick around for that.
Nope. Deuce!
Because a lot of people have it confused with the unconditional love.
Yeah, like you're supposed to eat shit. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother John.
Exactly, like you're supposed to be a dumbass. Like, I'm just going to let you go out here and cheat and do what you want to do. And then you're going to be able to come back home and it's all
lay
good.
up. Right.
Love you unconditionally. I love myself unconditionally. I can leave you alone.
Yep.
I love you enough to let you go live your life.
Exactly.
And face whatever karma you gonna face.
Absolutely.
I love you that much.
Absolutely.
That I let you go through that.
Yes.
But I love myself enough to forgive myself for not seeing your bullshit.
Right.
But I'm not going to let that stop me from loving me.
You better believe it.
Or giving someone else an opportunity. Because that individual ain't you.
Ooh.
Right. That part.
So y'all understand the difference when we talk about unconditional love? Let's get it twisted. Let's not get it twisted, because a lot of people think that, oh, you're going to love me unconditionally. So you going to let me put you through some things. Motherfucker, what? No, that's not unconditional love. I'm going to love you unconditionally to let you take that bullshit up the street. Beloved, I love you unconditionally. You take that bullshit you talking up the street, baby.
I love you enough not to put my hands on you, not to cut your head off.
Right.
All of that stuff.
Exactly. Shit. Because my ego want to slice your motherfucking ass up and throw some hands. Because you're trying to play me. Shit.
Shadow work. Remember my shadow work?
I'm the nicest, hardest core, meanest, nicest spiritual being that you may run into. So let's not get it twisted. I love you unconditionally for you to take that bullshit on around that corner. And you come back, when you cross back around this threshold, motherfucker, you better be in a peaceful, loving, unconditional state. Because this grown woman shit over there, you go run that game on them little girls. So there's a fucking difference. Don't ever get it twisted because someone is a loving, unconditional person that they gonna put up with your bullshit. Nah, baby. I didn't get to this point getting dragged through the motherfucking mud. I told y'all I don't fucking dig in the trash. And I told you that for a purpose. Goddesses and emperors and higher beings, they don't dig down in the fucking gutter. Okay? So if you want to operate on the higher realms, you got to be on the higher realms. It's equal footings. All right, but that's a great point. So again, I love you unconditionally for you to take that bullshit around that back around that corner from whilst you came. All right. Okay. So at the end of the day, this all boils down to the ego and the true self. Okay. And just as we've been using as an example tonight, Shout out to brother, nephew Nuwa, rather, with using the video game as an excellent example. Okay, that character in the video game, consider that the ego.
Mm-hmm.
The true soul is that of you controlling that ego video game character. Okay? So when you start to really do your shadow work, so healing those traumas, okay, starting to say, you know what? I deserve love. I gotta forgive myself for the fucked up stuff I did, whatever, or whatever trauma happened to you that may have caused you to be in a fucked up nature. You work through that and say, I didn't deserve that. You start to unlock the loving yourself. And you start to understand that this ego character that you have created, a lot of times that's as a result of those experiences that you have had. Okay? But you're only going to do that when you start to truly, truly love yourself. And you can only get to the truly loving yourself unconditionally when you start to work through trauma and healing. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
Well, I came across this situation years ago, and I was never used to that situation where the man would cuss out the woman all the time. And I'm like, what's wrong with you?
And what's wrong with her for allowing that?
Yeah, well, you tell them, you do tell them. But they just, I'm sorry, I just had a bad day or something like that.
I understand. I love you unconditionally to pack your shit and take that somewhere else. Because, see, I love you unconditionally. Get the fuck on out. Because, see, that's not bringing me peace.
That's not bringing you love either.
And it's not love. Now, I'm not saying we're not going to get into it. Yeah, of course, people going to disagree. But it's how we disagree with each other.
But sometimes it was not even with a disagreement. They just cussed.
Oh, baby, I'm not putting up with that.
Yeah,
again, what's wrong with the woman allowing someone to mistreat her like that?
It's time to cut bait.
Baby, I don't play that. I ain't finna be rumbling. No verbal abuse, no physical abuse, none of that.
No,
I'm not doing none of that.
Yeah, I was reading that the man was just cussing the woman out. And I thought to myself, but that's not love. Because if you love somebody, you're going to cherish them. You're not going to cuss them out.
And that's not respect. So I know you don't love me because there's no respect. Because I'm not going to sit up and cuss you out. We going to sit and have a conversation. Now, I may get hot up under the collar to the point, you know what, I'm just going to go on and lay on down. And no, I don't need you to come in this room because I don't want it to escalate. But it's a level of respect. So again, what's wrong with the woman for staying? That's abuse. That's abuse. She don't love herself.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And then a lot of in-laws push it.
I don't get. Let me tell you something, baby. I don't care if the Lord came down himself and said, Rhonda, I need you to stay. What now, Lord? This motherfucker is dirty as fuck. Baby, you gonna have to do what you got to do. Cause this nigga, I'm not finna stay. I have been done left him. And I ain't going back.
I just looked at someone, I said to him, does that sound right to you? That they would do that to you?
Shit.
Is that normal to you? And they just looked at me. Because you can't grow in a relationship like that. You can't grow, you can't be happy, your children can't be happy, you can't, it's just like,
I'm trying to understand how's that love. Please explain to me how that's love. See, I'm not finna sit up here and lie to myself.
No, it's time to.
Nigga, I don't want to hear you finna work on it. I love you unconditionally to go work on that bullshit on your own.
And they get tears and cry when they think you're gonna leave.
I don't give a fuck. You can put on the I get long. Okay, you can take that bullshit over there. Your shit on the motherfucking porch, and I'ma call the police if you don't leave.
Right
I don't
away.
give a damn about none of that shit you talking.
Yeah.
So again, what is wrong with the woman to accept that type of abuse? Because it's abuse.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We have to be truthful to ourselves.
Verbal abuse is worse than physical, they say. Yeah.
I'm not taking no type of abuse.
No.
I'm not taking no games. I love you respectfully. You can go play them games around the motherfucking corner whilst you came from. Not the motherfucking like 1, 2, or 3.
Men like that won't beat up a man, but they beat up
I don't care if he was out in the yard wrestling a goddamn bear. Bitch, you ain't gonna be doing it up in here. Shit.
I know.
So go ahead on now, because one of us gonna be leaving out here in a body bag, and bitch, I'ma sure make sure it's you versus me. So go ahead on now.
It's never an excuse for abuse.
Hell
no, it isn't.
Shit, I'm not justifying that, and that's including me. If I'm in there MFing and SB and the man and swinging on them and shit, that ain't right. Get rid of my raggedy ass.
Yeah, that's true.
You have to love yourself enough. Because the ego says, well, how's that gonna look to people? And I need to be with somebody, and he's a this, and all them fuck games that the ego, runs on self, or that you allow somebody else's ego to run on. That's why you ain't got no man. Motherfucker, a man ain't never validated me, no way. So you could take that shit up the street. Baby, I don't give a fuck about none of that. You understand me? I know what love is because I fucking love myself. And this bullshit you selling, bruh, that ain't love.
I want you to show me. I want to feel people tell other people. People tell other people their weaknesses and their traumas.
Absolutely.
And haven't dealt with them. I've seen women sit up and talk about their abusive past. Then they're with a man who's not physically abusive or abusive to them. And they get arrogant and verbally confrontive or abusive with him.
Yeah.
Simply because he's not that way.
Yeah.
He won't get the respect, and women will sit up there and tell you, I know who to talk to like that.
Yeah, they know. That shit is sick. Because they don't love themselves. Who the fuck wants to, if you truly love yourself, who the fuck wants to operate like that?
Nobody.
Then
I've got good sense.
When that man that she's disrespecting because she think he will do this, that, or the other, the minute he haul off and knock half her head off, then he wrong. But now she love him and respect him.
For hitting it?
Yeah, it's 6 cycles like that. Yep. It's literally 6 cycles like that.
If I didn't love you, I wouldn't take the time to beat your ass.
I heard that. Yeah,
I wouldn't take the time to correct you. You understand what I'm saying? I'm risking everything.
I
Even your life.
understand, baby.
Everything on the line.
I
to make
understand, and
sure
I'm risking this
we
mother
get my
45, baby, and this lead in your ass. That's what I'm risking. So, baby, we
45.
risking together. You put your hands on me, and this 45, I'm risking to put these bullets in your ass. We even. Shit.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's time to book, man, when they start doing that too.
No,
Wow.
you're not going to talk to me crazy. You're not going to disrespect me. You're not going to play games with me. And you're not going to put your motherfucking hands on me. Because again, I can love you unconditionally. Your ass can take that shit up the street. It's simple. I'm not going to negotiate with you. I'm not going to wait for you to get your shit together. We together 175 motherfucking years. And you decide to get decent. And I got so much bitterness in me, nigga, I really don't like you. I'm not doing none of that. You understand me?
I know that's how it works out, don't it? You don't like him anymore.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that. You know couples that been together so long, they done so much dirt to each other. He done cheated on her. She done stepped out on that nigga because she got tired of being cheated on. They done fought. They did this. They did that. They in that shit 20, 30, 40 years. And then he gets to breaking down because usually it's the man that break down first. And then, you know, he needs help and all of this. And then she get to mistreating him and abusing him. And then want to try to justify that. Bitch, you should have left that nigga 40 years ago. I'm not waiting for it to get better, nigga. You gonna be better when you with me. Or I can love you unconditionally. You can take that shit up the street.
Yeah, it's not worth it.
It's just that simple.
You're right.
Gone are them days of, well, you know, a piece of a man. No, baby.
There's no.
I'm quite good on my.
A piece of a man is better than none at all. Right?
Yeah. Don't that shit is dead.
Oh, don't say that.
I'm good on my own because see, I love me. God damn it, I learned how to take care of myself. I know how to travel. Shit. So go on with it. So only thing you telling me I'm getting out of you is sex. And don't make me go there on most of you niggas because I hurt your feelings up in here tonight.
There go the ego.
That's ego. You think I'm supposed to accept shit?
Yeah.
Just to say I got a man and have a ding-a-ling? I pass on all of that.
Alrighty.
So we have to be real with ourselves. And that just don't go for women. That go for men also.
Women do the same to them, yeah.
You know that you a decent guy, this, that, and the third, but you go out there and get a woman from the streets because you gonna try to turn a house in a hoe into a housewife.
Into a housewife.
A good heart, Auntie. She got a good heart.
And when you get that motherfucking work, now you bitter. No, bruh. No, sis. You didn't love yourself out the gate because if you did, you wouldn't fucking accept those conditions.
Yeah. You'd be at a higher vibration. You wouldn't go all the way down to a whole level.
Fuck, I look like digging in the mud, dusting off a nigga. Oh, I got me a man.
Man, that's something.
Nigga, I don't even step over mud, let alone dig in it.
Oh, Lord, I like you.
All right, so.
I like you.
I mean, I know this was auntie and uncle moment tonight, but shit, goddamn it, we gotta say it because we tired of the foolery.
We gotta come up out of the gutter. That's what we got.
We gotta come up out of the gutter and keep this shit real.
Yeah.
And you got old heads sitting around here. Yeah, man, I was a player. Ain't got toothpicks in their motherfucking mouth. Raggedy than a some bitch. Ain't nothing decent around them. And your stinking, funky, crunchy, crispy ass wanna tell these youngins what the fuck you used to do. Which led you to the funky crunchiness that they see before them today. I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you lead these babies down the wrong path. And same with you whores. Sitting up there in the motherfucking bar, squashed up in an inappropriate ass outfit with your wig cocked to the motherfucking side, talking about how you used to be a bad bitch and you a raggedy bitch today. And you want to tell a young lady how to use her pussy? I fucking dare you, whore.
Isn't that something?
It's not acceptable. It's basement level behavior. They don't fucking love themselves. And I'm telling you, young people, what you do throughout the years, it shows who you are when you get up in age, and that's if you fucking make it up in age. You always love yourself first, and you move with honor. Yes, sir.
Yeah, since you said that, it's like
shit.
When people get to talking initially, and a woman sit up and give a man her body count, and all this wild shit she done did in college. I did this, I had a threesome, I did this, I did that, I did this, I did that. And now all of a sudden, do you want to be a born again virgin? Here it is, somebody that you claim that you want to be serious with. And that's the motherfucker you put on restrictions.
Ooh, oh
random
shit!
Random motherfuckers.
Shots fired.
Random motherfuckers that you don't know. Got all the freakiness, got the best out of you. Got you to the point where now you want to be celibate.
Sips water.
But you sit up and tell this man about all this nastiness and filth instead of just pretending like you was a virgin.
Child.
Oh, wow.
I mean, to me, that's what boule life is. You got these people that go to college and do every type of depravity. Then you're supposed to think that they're the elite socialites.
And I've seen it.
Wow.
It's simply the choices that you make. Because people think that it's just a physical act. You're actually exchanging DNA, you're exchanging frequencies. It's more to it than just the physical aspect of it. And you done been with all types of whoever, whatever. And then wonder why this man changed his mind about marrying you.
Ooh, I'm glad you said it came from you and not me.
That'd be the truth of it. I mean, I be hearing it nowadays with these young people. They into this where they go around asking questions. They got these panels, this, that, or the other, with the so-called modern female, this, that, or the other. And chicks be on here gladly talking about how many guys that they didn't smash.
Because they a bad bitch, according to them. I'm like, okay, look like your panties crunchy to me, but okay.
Right, and wondering how come they can't get a man, somebody who loves them for them, and this, that, or the other. Well, the reason you confused because niggas are loving you for who you are. What you doing is titties and ass. So all they want is titties and ass. That's what they loving you for. That's what you keep presenting. You take pictures and want to put your camel. You want to take pictures and put your camel toe right there. So when all he want to do is bang your camel till it ain't got no hump no more.
Well, damn.
Good.
Who fault is that? I mean, that's all you're presenting.
Yeah,
if all you're presenting is sexual options, that's what you're gonna get, and they're content with that, long as you give them a few shekels. You subscribe to their OnlyFans, or shoot something to their PayPal, or something in the Cashapp. It's going down. I mean, it's just too easy, and that's another reason why should nobody have to be bothering no babies.
Yeah, because there's plenty of free pee rolling around. It definitely is that.
It's all over the internet.
It is.
It's thirsty bitches on TikTok.
They literally talk about it.
They come in your fucking inbox.
Ooh, shit. Child.
Asking you if you want to chat or this, that, or the other, what you doing, and all this. The fuck you mean? What am I doing? I'm minding my own goddamn business. You in my inbox.
Damn.
What you talking about? What
See, I wouldn't have known none of that. What? Child? What? Shit.
I don't know if I understood what he just said.
I'm slow. I ain't hear these squeaks like that. What? So
I don't know what he said.
They be propositioning the dudes.
Yeah, they come in there, they ask you if you want to chat, this, that, and the other. Get to leaving they information and all that type of stuff.
I was raised that was hoeing. Am I off?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, I know I ain't with the new shit, but I was raised that you were hoe. But continue. But continue. You put me up on game.
Yeah, like,
and the so-called fake psychics and shit, they come in your shit too. People want to give you readings and all this type of stuff.
Oh, wait a minute. So y'all hoeing? You supposed to be spiritual and you bitches out here hoeing?
Yeah, that too. Talking about I can sense in your aura what you need. Would you like a reading? I'm like, well, if you could sense what was in my goddamn aura, you wouldn't be in my inbox, would you?
Hell no!
No, I don't want no goddamn reading. I mean, it is just crazy. Motherfuckers just out here thirsty.
Wow, people are wilding.
Yeah, they want to force. They want to force you to see the pussy. You gonna see this pussy. You gonna see this pussy.
I mean, that's just falling low. Damn. So it ain't no chasing no more. Ain't no romancing. Just, okay, let me jump in the inbox and let's just go on and do this.
Yeah, you gonna see this.
Child.
You ain't got no choice. You gonna pay for this. It ain't nothing but $5 a month for my OnlyFans.
$5 a month.
Sis Nonya says, sex without love and purpose to me is overrated and a huge red flag.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but that's old school, Sis Nonya. Folks don't be thinking about that nowadays. Wow. Okay, you done learned me something new. Baby, I didn't know it was like that in these streets.
These streets are tough, ain't they?
That's why you motherfuckers stay online so much. What, child? Let me sip this motherfucking water. Because I didn't understand it. So that's how you bitches getting flued out. And now I'm hearing you hoes getting thewed out from your flued out.
Wow. They don't put the face anymore, right? God bless America. Wow.
It's
You
all
can put a
out
bag
there.
over that. It's a sad thing in the neighborhood.
But there's no reason to have to bother any babies.
No, because it's really too much free kitty flowing around. That's obvious. Well, damn.
And I mean, whatever you like is out there. BBWs, big and nasty, skinny and sickly. I mean, it's all out there. If that's what you like, it's out there. You can find it.
Copper Color said it's a trick when they do that.
And so even with all of this, thank you, Brother Sean, for that crispy, low vibrational VD sharing education.
Visual.
Cause you done learned me something new tonight, baby. I didn't know people was out in these streets like that.
Horrible.
Oh, man.
Wow. So folks cannot convince me that that is fulfilling. That's all ego. And it's also stemming from trauma and unhealedness and not loving yourself. And that's whether or not you throwing the pussy or you chasing the pussy. I say that for the slow motherfuckers in the back. You not finna sit up and convince me that that's any type of love, that's start of yourself, and that's any type of fulfillment. You're not fulfilled. That's why you have to keep doing what you're doing.
Mm-hmm. Sex is not. It shouldn't be done without the love. I'm gonna agree with that because it's not fulfilling. You gotta look at the mirror.
I would think that it's not.
And
it's not because that's why they have to keep doing it. So again,
try to chase that little piece that's gonna make me feel just like.
And then it still don't be fulfilling. So I got to go to the next one, into the next one, into the next one. And again, this isn't about judgment. This is about you fucking getting real with you.
Yeah.
Is that your definition of loving yourself? Because it sounds like to me an endless loop and an endless unfulfilled loop. And I'm going to say that again for the slow ones in the back. I don't care if you throwing the pussy or you chasing the pussy. And I apologize for having to be graphic. But goddamn it, we got to be that way tonight.
The radio, you mean graphic?
You're not graphic to the kids. You're lying. That's old.
Yeah, that's old school. Shit.
No telling what it's called now.
Yeah, that's true. But nonetheless, whether you chasing or you giving, it's still you cannot convince me that you're happy, that you're living in peace, that you're fulfilling a higher purpose, and that you love yourself. So, child, we're going to have to stop there because, baby, let me tell you, I can't because I done learned something new tonight. So we'll pick up. I know.
I had to figure out what language you were speaking.
I'm the slow one in the back like, wait a minute, what now?
No, baby.
Propositioning who? You're waiting, they coming in your motherfucking inbox? Wait, what?
That was
shit. I'm all behind. I'm just so this bitch telling jokes. That's all the fuck I'm on there with, telling jokes and sharing memes. Shit.
Now you know what? Foxy and blowing up, Auntie.
Cause soon as a motherfucker come in my hello, beautiful, delete. Motherfucker not interested.
Cause that's how the women are come at the men. Hey, good looking. Hey, handsome. I'm like, I ain't even got a goddamn picture up. What is you talking about? Who are you looking at?
I just immediately delete. Want to hear that bullshit, nigga? Wow. Well, we'll pick up next week, y'all, on ego. Because all of that stuff is ego.
Too much,
You're dealing with unhealed traumas. And your soul is just aching.
Yeah.
Your soul is aching. So we'll pick back up on ego and getting down to the true you, your soul, and your purpose. So damn. Child, I done learned me something new.
Yeah,
Didn't I know? Sis, we the slow ones in the back on that, baby. What?
I mean, sometimes that's how the prostitutes do it now.
Yeah,
That's the
I
new
was
way.
like, okay, did they change the definition of a whore? Maybe, and
They're not
see
whores,
what you're
they're
not finna do with me. I'm old school, bitch. You can try to dress that shit up whatever way you want to. You hoeing, okay? So I got more respect for the woman that's street walking than you sitting up here playing these bullshit ass games online. You whoring. Shit. So anyhow, let's go to last words, child. I done learned me something new tonight.
Yeah.
Nephew New, why you have any last words for the family? Woo!
mainly just check our egos, or what we're calling our egos, because that is what's kind of molding a lot of people's perception of what they should and shouldn't be doing. And if you don't have control of, as you say, if you don't love yourself enough, you won't be doing the inner work. And thus, when you hear these voices in your head to do this bullshit, you're not going to filter it out, and you're going to continue doing this bullshit. As Auntie's showing us, a lot of these ladies are lowering their standards, but still wanting to be treated as top shelf individuals. And they don't understand the characteristics that they're showing us is not conducive to how they should be treated, right? If you have on a certain outfit, well, you're going to get treated in that light and fashion. Same with the men. If you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing, if you're not taking on your manly roles as you should be taking on to, you're going to allow yourself to be in a position that you shouldn't be in. Now, no, we have a lot of trauma to deal with from our own family bullshit. And that's where you have to really filter out your reactions to things. So in other words, you may be used to yelling and screaming, but if you were to take on that energy and, like my father would say, ground it. So when someone brings you on a certain energy, don't take it on as if it's your own. No, let that shit run through you. Take the time to quiet your mind and ask for your response, or like, don't respond immediately. Don't react. Think of the response that you want for the outcome you actually desire, because that's where the moment in time that you have to make the decision is right in that moment. Do I just respond? Okay, this person called me a bitch. Am I just going to respond and call her a bitch? Or am I going to look in her face and smile and say, I love you, and walk away? Because in that moment, you can change the dynamic of that conversation, because they might want to be feed on, like they want you to feed onto that energy and lower your vibration. But if you change it and make it positive, you just defeated them by you making the thought process in your head before you reacted. So we actually do have the power to, how can I say, stop their bullshit, but we have to take the time. We hear the bullshit music online. We're not taking the time to turn the shit off. We're not taking the time to tell our artists, hey, we don't want to hear this bullshit. Make me some good music. No, we're supporting more bullshit, which is just bringing our frequency down and down. So we have to make the conscious thought to filter this shit out. It's in our hands, and we have to do it within the moment that we have the opportunity to do so. It's no one else's responsibility, and leaving it for our children is the worst thing we can ever do. So with that said, everyone, we love you, and Auntie, thanks again for having these dialogues to really expand our thoughts and processes. As you even see, Auntie Sandra is now explaining to the rest of the youths as to what they should be doing. So to see the growth and how far the truth really needs to go, it's really important that we continue doing these things. So thank you for that.
Yeah. Thank you, nephew.
Wow.
Says Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Oh my God. You know what? I'm gonna tell you something, sister. None of your business. Hollywood is Holly weird. They have the newest level of what hell needs to be like and what love isn't. So it's an extreme of fantasies that's really not fantasies. It's just extreme stuff they put out in Hollywood. And now it's a $150 billion industry, and they calling it porn now. So it's just and they make $150 billion in porn. So we have to. The only reason you go to Hollywood level is because your frequency is that low. So you can't go to heaven level if you have low frequency. You know, the love level, the height of the universe, you know, to get out of this stuff. So people who go down, maybe they'll go up if they ever change their frequency where they go up, but I doubt it because they a lot of people are gravitating to what Pastor Brother Sean said. Ooh, that was a preaching moment for me.
It really was. He was. Yeah, we the ghetto preachers. But keep going, sis.
Yeah, but I appreciate everyone who has put comments out. You guys rock. I mean, thank you so much. I learned, Brother Sean, you were rocking, bro.
Yeah, he was going in. He gave a whole full sermon tonight. Thank you, sis. Woo! You was in the amen. You was in the amen section with us, baby, because I was clutching my imaginary pearls. I'm like, wait a minute, let me make. You saying that they come in your inbox propositioning you? What? Yeah, child, I didn't learn.
Praise the Lord,
something new.
Yeah, me too. And that's, you know, this is what the planet really is, as I was told. And they turn it into it. They're turning this into a low vibrational, so low you can't even do the what you call it, the maypole underneath it.
Oh yeah.
Just,
yeah. I hear
it's getting
you,
lower.
sis. I hear you. Whew. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
Well,
you know that takes us out.
The fact that such debauchery can actually be mainstream in a so-called world where some of us knew family values, morals, love, what it was like to come up in a neighborhood,
right?
Not a hood, knowing ownership completely of our people to where we are now. A few of our so-called people have the entirety of the wealth that we once had as a people.
Yep.
And you keep blaming the white man.
Come on with it now.
That's it. That's it. Right.
She set up and showed you an example of a quote unquote Black family that has the fourth largest media corporation in the United States.
You know about them.
Yep.
They are involved in anime, movies, and they sit up and watch y'all pursue soul-ending contracts. Ain't never lift a finger to help nobody outside their people. They're in a circle. But these are the people that you respect and look up to. You look up to all sorts of fuckery and self-debauchery, believing somebody else is better than you because of what they actually don't have. Which one of them got to keep in there that shit once they had to leave here? Okay, they got a foundation in their name. Okay, they remembered. Okay, they got all these movies. Okay, you can watch all their old games. But what did they take with them? What did they have to leave here with? He came with a soul, left without one. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
Love you too, Sean. Appreciate the love.
Indeed, indeed. All right, family. So, we done said all we can say. I know I didn't MF and SB tonight. In summary, it starts with you. You are responsible for healing your trauma. You're responsible for truly loving yourself and loving yourself unconditionally so you can receive that. Because if you can't get to that level, you'll keep a perpetual cycle of trauma, not only for you, but also your family.
Yeah,
absolutely. No amount of money is going to get you out of this. No white man is going to get you out of this. You have to get yourself out of this. We are all individually each responsible for what we do, what we put out, what behavior we decide to walk through. The choice is yours, okay? You can do it. It's going to take courage. You have to love yourself more than you're concerned about what somebody else thinks about you. Because if you're more concerned about what somebody else thinks about you than what you need to do, what's best for you, you have a self-love issue. So you can do it, okay? So I wish everybody well. We'll be back next week. Child, we gonna pick up at Ego. Annie got to get herself together, child, because I done learned me something new. So with that said, fam, I want to thank my panel. Thank you, Nephew Nuwa, for joining us tonight. Thank you, Sis Sandra. And thank you, Brother Sean. And Brother Sean, just so much respect. I'm going to tell you, I got high respect for you for putting it out there the way you did and saying, this is what I did. I understand what I did and what I need to clean up. That's fucking manhood. So much honor and respect to you on that. So thank you all, family, for joining us, the people in the YouTube chat and the people that's watching us. We'll be back next week. We love you all. We are Truth Uncompromised, fam. Peace and love.
Peace and love.
Wholeness and power.
Love y'all.
I'm just messing up. I'm telling you, Sean, I'm just messed all the way up. Child, I done learned me something new. Let me do this closing.